Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern's bid to create the largest rail merger in history was rejected last week by federal regulators. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the decision gives breathing room to competitors who warned the deal would raise costs for Wyoming coal producers.
I spoke to some sources about the Eastern Link, that there is a massive coal-fired plant, the largest in North America, called Plant Shearer in Georgia, north of Macon, Georgia. And BNSF takes coal out of the Powder River Basin from a few different mines and gets it part of the way there. Then it links up with Norfolk Southern, and Norfolk Southern takes it the rest of the way because they've got that rail. Well, if a merger goes through between Norfolk Southern and Union Pacific, then BNSF could get cut out of that deal. And according to BNSF, who's a critic of this proposed merger, that would be less choices for Wyoming coal producers when it comes to shipping their coal out of state. And so that could drive up prices because they become a captive customer.
On Thursday, the Federal Surface Transportation Board delivered a unanimous decision that put the brakes on what appears to be the largest rail merger ever proposed. A Wyoming House representative from Cheyenne unveiled a bill this month that, if it becomes law, would let people get ivermectin without a prescription. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the legislature may hear the bill in 3 weeks.
Representative Gary Brown unveiled the bill this month, and he was like, other states are doing this. I'm super excited. I did have one doctor who was just adamant, like, there's nothing good about this bill. There are side effects. There's issues with the studies. On the other hand, I had a doctor who was like, I'm not going to speak to the bill, but this drug has not been given a fair shake. Studies are suppressed on it for some reason, and people should answer for that.
Horse dewormer, ivermectin garnered controversy during the COVID-19 pandemic when President Joe Biden's U.S. Food and Drug Administration discouraged its use with slogans like, "You are not a horse. You are not a cow. Seriously, y'all, stop it." I'll be back with more news from Cowboy State Daily's News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wind gusts of up to 87 miles per hour swept across Wyoming on Friday, ripping the roof off of a building at the Albany County Fairgrounds and a metal roof off another in Torrington. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that hurricane-force winds are nothing new to Wyoming, but these winds were unusual.
The winds that swept across southeast Wyoming on Friday were up to 87 miles per hour in some places, and these came from the northwest. So a lot of structures maybe aren't as designed to handle winds coming from that different direction, which is why you saw roofs flying off, trees topple over. It wasn't unorthodox in terms of the intensity of the wind. Wyoming sees hurricane-force winds all the time. What was different about Friday's storm was that they were coming from a different direction, and that changes the dynamic of the windstorm itself.
The strongest gust recorded on Friday was 87 miles per hour on Pilot Hill, east of Laramie. Gusts of up to 79 miles per hour were recorded at the F.E. Warren Air Force Base near Cheyenne. A state legislative committee has denied $6.6 million the Wyoming Public Television requested to fill a massive federal defunding effort. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the decision, which isn't final, includes $3 million for operations and a $3.6 million grant the feds rescinded.
Basically, PBS was like, the feds left us holding the bag. Our request to you is tripled for these things that we need that we don't know how to pay for now. And the state of Wyoming said, no, if the feds are interested in paying for this stuff, then we're not going to do it.
Wyoming Public Television CEO Joanna Kale tells Cowboy State Daily that without the money, the outlet is facing cuts of staff, programming, or both. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. And let's get Jen Coker going while I drink coffee. You look at Jen.
I'll try not to cough.
Still feeling it, huh?
Still feeling it.
I'll get you some ivermectin if I can.
Yeah, could you please? And I'm so glad we're spending time on that important priority.
Whenever I feel a little sniffle of COVID coming on, my go-to is Russell Nemetz, who's on the show next. Western Ag Network. Russell doesn't know that. I've just outed him as a black market ivermectin dealer. I'm trying to find on the Facebooks Megan Degenfelder. She had here it is. Okay, first let's go to your story, and I'll tell our listeners how your story ties in with Megan's latest pronouncement from her campaign trail for governor.
Ooh, I love
your
the connection.
story. Yeah. Your story, fentanyl seizures are up 264% in Wyoming. Drugs funneled in by two known major Mexican cartels. Fentanyl's bad, yo.
Yeah, that's super bad. And every time I have this conversation, I'm like, what can I say here to advance, to do something positive?
Yeah.
And the answer is always nothing. But other than try to explain to people, that it's in all of our communities, and the cartels are operating in all of our communities in one way or the other.
It's funny. We just played. I may randomly choose a 60-second PSA to play after the news right before you, and it was a fentanyl PSA. Mm-hmm. It's nasty stuff. It's getting into schools, getting into Wyoming. I do not want to see it here, and neither does Megan Degenfelder. Her statement released was, let me find that for you. Let me be very clear. Cartel operators and drug dealers that are poisoning our communities should pray that I am never governor, because Wyoming will not be soft or forgiving under my watch. Yeah. Get him, Megan.
Does she say how? Is that stricter penalties, or what does she go into?
She's not governor yet, but okay. I think her intentions are when she gets, one of the first things she'll probably do after we hand her the badge. What do you get? Like a 10-star, like a sheriff? Once we say you're governor, if she wins, then she'll put a task force together. Isn't that how they do it?
I guess that is one way to do it. Yeah. I think what surprised me most about this story and scared me most is now that the precursors for fentanyl are being shut down, if not stopped, to make the fentanyl, as the DEA agent said, what's the next thing? So what are the cartels going to put in place of that? And how dangerous or how more dangerous will that be? Because it's a money-making operation, and until people stop buying it, it will keep coming in a variety of iterations, likely one more dangerous than the next.
Yeah. Oh, man. What is the next? Yeah, record seizures in Colorado. I mean, it just gets up here through the chain of whatever, right?
Yeah, I was surprised at the use of the mail, how many people are mailing it. And granted, there are federal authorities monitoring that and trying to stop it. But as the DEA agent explained to me, it's like people don't want to drive in Wyoming in the winter. I mean, it's a matter of economics, and they lose the shipment in the mail. It's no big deal because they've already made, it's basically no loss, or a very small loss because of what it takes to produce the pills versus the huge profit margins the further you get north on these drugs.
Yeah, and there's the recipe for disaster. You need so very little of it to spike your other cocktail drug of choice. And it's cheap to make, you manufacture, and you can, from what I understand, and we've had like people on this show, national people that say they can just, once you outlaw whatever, they just go back to the lab and tweak one thing about it. And it's,
exactly.
All the synthetic stuff anyway.
Yeah. And and that's the question, what's synthetic? And he was mentioning plastics and whatnot. And I was very surprised by some of, and it just sounded awful.
Yeah. Jen. Well,
Are we depressing people? Yes.
Well, I don't like drugs.
I think they're evil. And unfortunately, the state really suffers with addiction services and mental health services. And until that's addressed, drug problems are going to exist.
Yeah. I want to fight it on both ends. I want to give DEA more money, more officers, more arrests, more, when we get a new governor in Wyoming, we'll instruct AG Keith Couch to make stiffer penalties, like chopping hands off for fentanyl dealing, maybe. I want to see harder punishment, but yeah, until you address the demand. It's kind of similar to elephant tusk ivory. Everybody wants ivory, so elephants get poached. I mean, you got to kill the demand first. Then the fentanyl guys will be like, wow, nobody's buying our widgets.
Exactly. So, I mean, cracking down's one way, but it's not certainly the way.
We'll never do hand chopping off in America, will we?
I don't see it happening yet.
This is why I'm not a campaign advisor to anybody running for office.
Yeah, we're happy about that, Jake.
All right, what else is happening? You feeling better a little?
Feeling a little better.
Yeah.
Still trying to work on returning that voice. However, I am circling in on that Yellowstone Ranger story.
Yeah.
I was just working on it, and it's now under 6,000 words. You can feel my pain because you're a long writer.
It's hard, yeah.
It's so hard. And I'm just like, what details can I sacrifice? And in one case, a ranger arrested a person, tased him, and found a criminal scrapbook in his car. And apparently, prior to cell phones, criminals had scrapbooks. Who knew?
Jeez,
Who knew?
Yeah.
I can't sacrifice that detail. So I'm chopping. I'm parsing and chopping because nobody in their right mind is going to sit down and read a 6,000 word story.
Well, send it to me because you need fresh eyes. It's too close to you. I'll read it and I'll say you could do without this. Maybe.
You might get stuck on those details too, Dick. I mean, you can't cut criminal scrapbooks. It's necessary.
No, the details are important. I don't know. Maybe there's somewhere else you can do it. It's hard. I know. It's tough.
Yeah.
But I can't. I'm ready to read it.
I'm ready. You know, it's so rare you get tribunal or insights from a ranger's point of view. You know, park officials lock that information down, and as a reporter, you cannot get it.
Yeah.
And when a ranger shares their firsthand experiences, I want to read it. I want to talk to these people, and I want everybody else also, because it's so interesting. And their jobs are just fascinating. The variety of roles they're forced to take on at any given occasion.
Yeah. Even if you're just a concessionaire in Yellowstone, think about all the different people you see every day and the interactions. International flavor of people, the stories you can tell from just somebody who ordered a hamburger from you. Now you say, all right, I'm only the stories from people who, for whatever reason, found themselves on the wrong end of the law, maybe in a pair of handcuffs. And, oh, man, that's spiced with stuff, I'm sure.
It is. And speaking of Russians, in one instance, they share a Russian on a bus just leaned forward and bit a woman. I mean, why?
Russians are not to be trusted. I don't know. What do they want? Why do they want to roll into Ukraine? I don't know what's wrong with them.
I have to say, I went kayaking with a Russian woman, and she was just like, show me the alligators, get me as close as you can. And I'm like, pardon me, do I have a say in this?
Yeah, you're saying this is alligators hate me. I don't know why you want to be near them. That's what Jen would say.
That's what I say. They hate us. Let's not get too close.
Well, Russia's got their own problems now. They're busy shoveling out. They got like 7 feet of snow.
Yeah.
In some parts of, Russia's huge. I don't know what part, but I was looking at the videos and they are buried in a snowstorm over there. Yikes. That's our winter. Went over there.
I know. We just haven't had one. And yet. We'll have to talk to Don Day.
Look at you speaking Russian, yet. Jen says we haven't had a winner here yet. Nope, not a winner. Not at all. All right, Jen, I got Russell coming on next. I got to make a big ivermectin purchase. Have a great.
Make sure you do that offline.
Tuesday. Yeah, we on the down low, as the kids say. Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Thanks, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Jen Coker trying to put the bow on the wrap on her Yellowstone Ranger story. Confessions of a Yellowstone Ranger. 2 of them, in fact. I can't wait to read that. We'll be back. Western Ag Network and the Russell Nemetz Hour next.
Hey, Wyoming. Ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
All right, let's get back to it. It is Russell Nemetz, Western Ag Network. Russell, so good to see you this morning.
Hey, good morning. How the heck are you?
I'm good so far, but there's the flu going around and that whole COVID, and whenever I get a little bit of a sniffle of COVID, I go to my secret source for an ivermectin.
Hey, that's us too. I'm not afraid to throw it out there in the world. I mean, if it works for bovines, why can't it work for humans? I mean, it's kept cows healthy for generations.
That's right. Did you see that cow that used a rake to scratch his belly? Her belly?
No, I didn't.
You and I both.
I can't wait for you to tell me more about it.
Dude, you and I both know the smartest animal ever is a border collie. Like Max, the 4-year-old border collie farm dog of the year, Max. I read that on your Western Ag Network. Yeah, the border collie is the smartest animal there is. Forget about chimps. Border collie. Chimps throw their poo, man. How smart can they be? But cows, Russell, you and I would not put a bovine at the top of the list of smart. We've seen them do like really dumb things.
No. Intelligence doesn't come to top of mind for me. Deliciousness, maybe?
Yes. And we will talk about how delicious they are once the cow is processed. But yeah, they're not the smartest animal. But this one scratched his belly with a rake, and experts are saying it's the first time a cow has ever used a tool, which is considered a sign of intelligence. Look at us using like technology to rap together. So you and I are real smart guys.
Well, Jake, there is a labor shortage in ag country, so cows can't even depend on their own ranchers to help them out anymore. They've just tossed them to the side and said, hey, I'm going to do this all by myself.
Dude, one of the biggest stories of 2025 is the electric barriers, invisible fences. So cows have to like police themselves. They're like, oh, we can't go over there. There's a fence there. Really? I don't see it. Hey, let's
that is true. I mean, there's a lot of companies out there. I mean, using this technology, they're putting collars around their cows, GPS technologies. And then they go out and GPS map their ranches, and the cattle actually. We got to give credit where credit is due. I mean, they kind of learn through that GPS and where they're not supposed to go, and it's become a real positive, important management tool out here in the West, if you can believe it.
Well, maybe we are selling cows short while they're just sitting there chewing their cud. They are going over things in their brain. They're smarter than we ever thought. Hey, what do you make of, what is the industry? Have we had time to digest, excuse the pun, RFK Jr.'s kind of remake of the food pyramid? We're reimagining the food pyramid. We're emphasizing beef. We're bringing back dairy. I mean, holy cow, the ag world's got to be kind of happy.
Yeah, they're over the moon happy. It's long overdue. I mean, the food that we produce, the food and fiber that we produce out here in the West in states like Wyoming, I mean, is back on the top of the pyramid. And how can we not shout from the rooftops on that, whether it's beef or lamb or pork, and then the cereal grains, the pulses that we're raising out here. I mean, common sense is back into that federal dietary guideline mandate, the food pyramid. And last week I was down in Anaheim at the American Farm Bureau Federation convention, ran into quite a few Wyoming folks down there and others from the West. Next week I'll be in Reno for the American Sheep Industry Convention. Following that, Nashville for CattleCon 2026. I mean, going to run into lots of folks that are just, pretty excited, about where the industry is headed, where common sense is back into federal policy. Our lawmakers from Congress to the Senate to the White House are doing a lot of good things for those of us out here in production agriculture.
If you think something like ivermectin is black market contraband, try sneaking 2% milk into a school cafeteria, man. It was like outright banned now it's back. And I heard that on the Western Ag Network, one of your reports. That's good news for kids. I mean, it's milk.
Yeah, well, it's milk. And, our dairy farmers, they haven't exactly had the rosiest times here of late and faced their own challenges. And just to have a few little wins like that, and then the fun side of that announcement. I mean, you and I and so many others remember the milk industry's advertising campaign, the Milk Mustache. I mean, how fun was it to see RFK Jr. and some other well-known celebrity type people and members of Congress just embracing that old-fashioned milk mustache to basically say, hey, whole milk is back and we're here to support, the dairy industry and also make sure this wholesome, nutritious milk is back in our kids and our grandkids, dietary program.
Yeah, I like what I see out of the whole restructuring of the food pyramid, or a little tweaking. It wasn't completely reinvented. Wow. But it's good news for dairy and beef. Red meat is okay. I mean, that was such a smear campaign, honestly, against saturated fats and red meat being cancerous. The stuff we were told, with maybe a thread of truth, but it hurt the industry. Now things going the other way. That's good news.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question. I mean, the mainstream media, fake news, I mean, all that stuff, what you just mentioned, I mean, that happened 20 years ago. Things like Oprah Winfrey, of all people, going on there and becoming a beef industry dietitian, nutritional expert. I mean, no, she's just a talking head that was given a bunch of talking points. But when the unfortunate part about that deal is she had so many followers at that time on television that when Oprah spoke, I mean, America listened, and man, that thing sent the whole beef industry into a spiral mode. I mean, that's part of the reason we had 60 and 70 cent calves versus $4 and $5 calves right now. And people were scared to death of beef at the meat case. Absolutely no scientific data behind it to back anything up other than, oh my God, Oprah Winfrey told us that the beef in the meat case is bad. It's going to give us heart disease. We're all going to die of a heart attack. But because of the work that the industry has done, Jake, I mean, seriously, if you put it in perspective, I mean, from the policy side to the checkoff side, making sure consumers near and far know exactly what they're eating when they eat, whether it's a T-bone or a hamburger or a chuck roast or something, that beef checkoff dollar has done a lot of good out there educating consumers.
Well, be careful what you wish for in the beef industry. Now you got feeder calves going for $5,000. I mean, the beef cattle industry thing, it's looking up in many ways, but it still has its challenges, beginning with the Argentinian beef import. Has that had any effect yet? It was a big story from last year. Was it a lot of fear reaction when we first heard the news, or is it going to affect domestic beef producers?
It was just kind of one of those fear factor deals, a headline that grabbed the news outlets and filtered its way into egg country. I mean, my perspective, my opinion, it's just a blip on the radar. I mean, truly, that's not going to impact anything. The fact is, the cattle that we still have in America is still the safest out there. It's still the best tasting, and consumers, given a choice at the meat case outside of price point, they'll choose American beef over anything else raised in the world. And so I wouldn't worry so much about Argentine beef coming in. I mean, the industry, there's some organizations out there pushing hard for for country of origin labeling. I think we talked about it before. Wyoming's congressional delegation is behind that. So, given the choice, go to the meat case. If you see something that says Argentina on it versus USA, or a label on there that has a mix of USA, Argentina, and who knows what else, Brazil maybe, let the consumer decide at the meat case. But I think the real issue here at home is America's cow herd is at a record low, and it's taking a lot longer than most in the industry, the experts, the analysts, market observers had thought to rebuild. And so, yeah, $5 feeder cattle, $5,000 bred heifers and young stock cows, I don't think is going anywhere anytime soon. So, from a seller's standpoint out there in ranch country, it's still going to be darn good for ranchers for a couple years.
So record low hooves on the ground means there's not as much processing being done. Huge story from late last year. Tyson Foods closing that Nebraska beef processing plant. Was that a surprise? Did you see it coming? Has that shown any effect yet?
Well, there's no question. When we lose meat processing capacity, there is going to be a shift in dynamics, if you will. Now, was that a surprise? Maybe to a lot of folks, but maybe those industry insiders knew it was coming. Sometimes these guys latch on to what's going on in the industry and say, well, it's because of record low supplies. Was it? Or did Tyson already make the decision in the boardroom long before that, we're just economies of scale. We don't really need that plant in Nebraska. We can save money, shift production down to Amarillo, ramp up other protein processing facilities elsewhere in America. It's hard to say. But, when cattle supplies are short, and if they can't keep the pipeline full, so to speak, that's a legitimate reason. But I think the industry is going to regroup. Let's not forget there's other meat packers in the area of Lexington, Nebraska, that'll pick up some of that slack. Cattle will be shifted elsewhere, can easily be trucked elsewhere. Is it going to change things a little bit? Yes, but is it at the end of the world? No.
The voice sounds familiar to you. That's Russell Nemetz, the man behind Western Ag Network. Russell, I don't know if this is a story or not, but I did see it as making your top 10 list of 2025. To what degree is President Trump's immigration policy, the whole ICE movement, is that affecting the ag industry with undocumented farm workers? We hear, some of these jobs, no one else is going to want to take them. The undocumented farm worker is kind of crucial to the industry in some ways. Is it affecting the Mountain West states?
Well, I think no question it is. Gosh, every rancher or farmer that I talk to, besides prices, whether it's on the livestock side or the grain side, it's like, we can't find any help.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to work, and so it is a big issue. And I think it's why last week at the Farm Bureau convention, there's, Farm Bureau policy now, again, supporting the Trump administration to do something sooner than later in the area of immigration labor, make it easier, make them able to come in and maybe stay a little bit longer, tweak that H-2A program, that H-2B program. A lot of folks use that. Whether it's in Wyoming and the sheep industry using migrant labor as sheep herders, or just the everyday Joe out there that just says, I need some help, for irrigation, running a swather in the summertime, helping to harvest, whatever it might be. The ag industry has to get their hands on help, Jake. If this is going to work, we have to get help, because there's fewer and fewer of us out there wanting to do this, but yet the world depends on us for our food and fiber. So, I'd say ag labor is a huge topic, but it's something that the Trump administration is actively working on. And I think now that they've got this border situation kind of figured out, they're willing to listen And I think we've already seen that, everything might not happen right away with them. They do things very methodically, but eventually it'll come around, and they'll get this figured out. They don't want America's farmers and ranchers to not be able to do what they do best, and that's raise food.
And nobody heard sheep like the Basque, man. I ran into a couple of Basque guys tending sheep once. I was riding a horse and I had a dog. I had a border collie with me. And we rode, I didn't expect them to be where they were. And I kind of rode into the deal. And the two Basque guys spoke like zero English, but through sign language, I understood that I was to get my dog the heck out of there because they had two big, big nasty sheepdog. They're like, nope, you got to keep moving.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, those big sheepdogs, there's something else. I mean, border collies are too. I mean, they're these dogs, these working dogs. That's the word I was looking for.
Yeah.
Juan Reyes, the working dog expert out of Wheatland, Wyoming, down there.
Oh.
I mean, he would just, it's fun to watch them, right? When they're trained right, they can just go out there and do it themselves. I mean, you can almost sit on the tailgate and drink a beer while your dog's working.
Yeah, I know. In Scotland, they still do the away to me, come by. They got the cane, but here in America, the border collie's like, I know what I'm doing. Just take a rest, Dad. Like, don't you have a saddle to oil? I've got this, man. Those stock dogs. My dog was putting the eyes on one of them sheep, and the big guy's like, no.
But you've been talking about dogs since we started this segment. I can't help but think about that dog that was on those Taco John commercials way back in the day. What was that dog's name? And then the monkey that rode his back. I don't know. Somebody will have to email you or shoot you a Facebook message. I can't believe I'm forgetting that. But that dog put border collies on the map. Plus good Mexican food out of Wyoming.
Well, whether you're looking for a good stock dog or some kind of ivermectin dealer on the down low, or you need to discuss the price of the New Holland Combine, this is your guy, Russell Nemetz. Will get you straightened out. Buddy, thank you.
Yeah, anytime. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Cowboy State Daily Show continues after these.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Back on a Tuesday, January 20, Russell Nemetz. Big thanks to him for joining us. Western Ag Network. Russell and I were talking all things smart animals, talking dogs. The dog in the Taco Bell commercials, that Chihuahua. I don't know what its name is, but I do have the commercial. It was big back in the late 90s, like 1997. The dog was the mascot for Taco Bell. The dog nicknamed the Taco Bell Chihuahua. I mean, that's its name, I guess. And in the ad campaign, they would put this dog in all kinds of situations. They had it riding a monkey, or the monkey was riding it. The Taco Bell Chihuahua. Here's one of the commercials. I'm sure it's not. Commercials aren't copyrighted, right? Taco Bell would be happy that I'm playing one of their commercials. They should be. Directed by Kinka Usher. This is what we're talking about. Little dog just... Yeah, that Taco Bell dog, the Chihuahua, always knew what he wanted. Even ran by the females. Like he's like, nope, not interested. He wants tacos. Yeah, that's all he cared about. The Taco Bell Chihuahua. Yeah, Russell and I were talking about dogs. The farm dog of the year is a 4-year-old border collie out of Oklahoma, I want to say, named Max. Border collie, super smart. Sign of intelligence in animals, supposedly. One of them is the use of tools. Find me an animal that uses tools, and I'll show you a smart animal. Only man uses tools, right? Well, even if it's something as simple as a chimpanzee using a rock to crack open a coconut, right? I mean, that's tool use. Animals that use tools. I'm looking at a National Geographic chart that shows animals and the tool use, or the observed tool use in animals. The number one is New World monkeys, just edging out chimpanzees, who are ahead of orangutans, bonobos, gorillas. In other words, all the simian, all the ape and chimpanzee and monkey business. And they use tools like a block. They use tools to dig. They'll use something to scratch themselves, scratch an itch that they can't get at, which is, by the way, what the cow did. We'll get to that. But the tool use observed in the wild, monkeys top the list. Next is birds. And many birds engage in what's called bait fishing, placing an insect or a berry at the water's edge and waiting nearby to snatch a fish that's drawn to it. Come on. That's next level intelligence, is it not? birds that will use bait. Birds fish like us. They just don't shop at Cabela's or Shields, whatever that Midwest place is. Birds fish. They'll place an insect carefully. Place an insect on a leaf that's floating in a pond at the pond's edge and wait for the fish to come and get the insect. And then they'll snatch that fish. Get out of here. That's like a smart osprey or whatever bird does that. And I've told this story before, but you probably missed it. How dare you not listen to me? But they did a experiment to try to figure out how smart COVIDs work. Not COVID, the disease, but COVID's the bird, the species that includes crows, ravens. Crows and ravens, super smart. And they had a crow or a raven, I forget which. Let's say it's a crow. And they wanted to see if the crow would use tools. So they took a paper clip and they bent it in the shape of a hook and they left it there on the table along with what was supposed to be a nut. And of course, the crow wanted to eat what was inside the nut and wanted to get the juicy stuff out of the nutshell. And its beak could get some of what was in the shell, but it couldn't scrape out everything. So sure enough, the crow learned to hold down the nutshell, this whatever it was, that was man-made, hold it down with its claws while it picked up the paperclip hook. It saw the hook and it said, oh yeah, I could use that. Picks up the hook in its beak, pulls out what it can't reach with its beak, and eats what was in there. Now, that's a mind blower for sure, but that's not, as Paul Harvey would say, that's not the end of the story. Researchers supposedly left the lab and wrote down their observations. And when they left the lab, they were getting ready for the next experiment. They had a paper clip that they had not yet fashioned into a hook. It was just a regular paper clip. And they had it left on the table with the crow and with a new nut filled with stuff. And they were getting ready to conduct the next experiment, writing down, what happened in the last one. You'll never believe this. This crow, this bird brain crow, used a tool. And while they were doing this, the crow sees the nut and he sees the paper clip, but the paper clip's not fashioned into the hook, so the crow takes it upon himself to bend the paper clip so it makes a hook. It undoes it and makes a hook out of it and uses the paperclip hook that it made. So not only is the bird using tools, it's fashioning tools. Okay, that's smarter than most 8-year-olds I've ever met who have trouble still matching their socks and tying their shoes and using the back of their hand to sniff their nose. Crows are smarter than kids. Elephants are considered the next highest level of intelligence for their use of tools. There's some carnivores, rodents, even insects use tools way down the list. I don't even see cows, bovine. They're not even on the map that I'm looking at. So that's what makes Veronica so extra special. National Geographic story of this. I saw the video the other day. I thought it was AI generated. So I skipped past, swiped left. I saw this brown cow pick up a rake off the ground and use it to scratch its belly because the cow couldn't get at his belly. The cow was trying with its back foot to scratch an itch and it couldn't get it. And then the cow looks at the rake, picks it up, and scratches its belly with it, a use of a tool. And for a cow, seriously, cows are probably one of the dumbest animals ever. If you've ever, we'll have Kevin Meyer, Cowboy Kevin Meyer, on the show later today. We'll ask him. He's trailed many a cow, many an hour in the saddle staring at cows' butts. And he'll tell you how smart he thinks cows are. They're outwitted by dogs easily. Cow standing in a stream can be pooping in said stream while it's drinking out of said stream at the same time. The cows are not smart. And Veronica first noted use of a tool by a bovine. Veronica is a cow living its best life in Austria in the countryside, was seen perfecting the art of scratching using a rake. I don't have the video here. I have to sort through so much garbage spam. I can't even find the video, but trust me, I saw it. I will tell you. It's legit now. I thought it was AI, but apparently it's real. And it's one of the only known instances of cows using a tool and animals using tools. That's a sign of intelligence. How now, brown cow? How do you do that, Veronica? Genius. Using a rake, it's better than raking up leaves. Using a rake to get at that itch. Reminds me a little bit of the song Brown Chicken, Brown Cow. Trace Atkins. That was one of his underappreciated songs. One of my favorite Trace Atkins country songs, released in January of 2011. That's 15 years ago. Wow. I thought it was a great song. Third and final single off Cowboys Back in Town. Didn't do that great. Reached 39 of the Billboard Hot Country charts. But the song was great. I loved it. One of Trace Atkins' better songs. Brown Chicken, Brown Cow. Check it out. I'm not allowed to play it or any music on this show for copyright infringement. I'll probably get a phone call from Taco Bell for playing their Chihuahua commercial. Stories we're looking at in the Cowboy State Daily. Oh, by the way, I haven't done weather or set us up for the day because on Tuesdays we go right straight to Jen Coker, which is always fun. But it does mean we skip weather, and I do like to get your weather to you. Weather's important. Weather never stops, just like the news. So here's what it looks like. The day weather forecast across Wyoming today, not bad. Just the brush of that polar vortex, but not too awful. Wyoming's just watching our winter go to Russia, watching our winter go to Illinois and Georgia. What? Slight chance of snow in Casper, otherwise partly sunny, breezy, highs 40. Lander, becoming sunny this afternoon, 44 the high. Evanston, sunny, 38. Rock Springs, mostly sunny, breezy, 41. Western Wyoming, Pinedale, sunny, breezy, 33. Afton, fog in the morning, sunny afternoon with highs around 30. DuBois, sunny, windy, 36. Jackson, mostly sunny, 31 today. Thermopolis, sunny, breezy, highs in the upper 30s. Cody, 39, windy, sunny. Buffalo, just a slight chance of snow in the morning. Otherwise, a sunny afternoon, windy, 36. A little bit raw in Buffalo. Chance of snow mainly before 1 p.m. in Sheridan. Got skies clearing in the afternoon, highs in the upper 30s. Gillette, slight chance of snow before 2. Partly sunny, windy, 37 in G-Town. Newcastle, slight chance of snow after 11 a.m. Otherwise, partly sunny, breezy, 38. Torrington, clouds on the increase, breezy, highs in the upper 40s. 46 in Wheatland. Clouds increasing and windy. Mostly sunny, windy in Cheyenne. 45 the high today. Upper 30s in Laramie, sunny and windy. Rawlins, mostly sunny, windy, 36. That's a day weather forecast. Don Day will be on next hour to explain it further. He'll weather-splain his weather. Also, guests today include Cyrus, Western Region 8 EPA Director, Administrator, I guess is official title. What's the EPA up to? Environmental Protection Agency? We'll find out. Cyrus is on and talk about the big plans for 2026 with the EPA. He covers 8 states all out here in the West, including Wyoming, Utah, and others. Jillian Balow will be on the show discussing her intentions as she declared a run for the House. Was it last week? Or the week before? It was sometime early this year and this month. Jillian Balow, former superintendent of public instruction. Long time. I think she was 7, 8, 9 years doing that job in Wyoming. She left briefly to do the same thing in Virginia, and then has returned home and announced she'd like a shot at the U.S. House seat, soon to be vacated by Harriet Hageman as she moves toward the Senate. And she's not the only one in that race for the House. We also have heard from Secretary of State Chuck Gray and Casper entrepreneur businessman Reed Reisner. And we've had both of them on the show, so let's complete the trifecta and get Jillian on. We will. She'll be on later. Cowboy Kevin Meyer, are cows really smart? That's our first question for Kevin. We'll just hear how loud he laughs. Kevin, we heard cows is smart. Is that true? And I'm sure we'll get a rise out of him. And Tam DeRudder Jackson. She is a very popular, big-selling romance novelist right there in Cody. Who knew? If you read the Game Time series, the Talisman series of romance books, she's got dozens of books she's written and a loyal legion of fans that can't wait for the next one. And we'll tell you when the next one's coming. The latest Game Time installment will be out at the end of the month. And you'll have to wait till July to read the latest in the Talisman series. But we'll talk with Tam. Where does she get the ideas for her steamy romance novels? She's big time. Can't wait to talk to her today on the show. What did I want to get to as far as Cowboy State Daily stories? I've left myself just a few minutes before the top of the hour. How about the PBS Claire McFarland reporting that so far, and you look at the cuts that the Appropriations Committee suggested, cuts to the university, big budget cuts to what Governor Gordon had suggested for raises to state employees. The Appropriations Committee not down with that, really. And appropriations cutting defunding Wyoming Business Council, or at least suggesting that happen, to the point where they just want to get rid of them altogether. So it has been real belt tightening by the Joint Appropriations Committee, primarily the House, primarily the Freedom Caucus. Now, all these committee votes, these committee suggestions, and the bills coming out of the committee will still need to be heard by the body as a whole. That'll happen next month, of course, at the budget session beginning February 9th. So none of this is done deals. But can you imagine what is the committee's appetite towards funding PBS, Wyoming PBS? Not real high. Wyoming Public Television's request for $6.6 million to cover what the feds had already said that they're taking back. Remember, President Trump, federal money targeted to public TV, public radio is slashed. And in fact, clawed back. Money that was already in the budget was taken back out. A state legislative committee denied $6.6 million. Wyoming Public Television request, that's going to hurt. The decision, which again isn't final, includes $3 million for operations and $3.6 million to cover the grant that the feds had rescinded. This is all bad news for Wyoming Public Television, which again is not the federal PBS. In Wyoming, it's different programming. And CEO Joanna Kale, a friend of ours, she's been on a show a couple of times. She's saying it could be worse, but it's still pretty bad. Claire McFarland has that story. Check it out in the Cowboy State Daily. Yeah, that'll wrap us up for hour one here on a Tuesday show of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks so much for making us a part of your morning. We got a break for our radio affiliates across the state. As they play their news, we'll play ours. And we'll see you again in 6 minutes from now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Union Pacific and Norfolk Southern's bid to create the largest rail merger in history was rejected last week by federal regulators. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the decision gives breathing room to competitors who warned the deal would raise costs for Wyoming coal producers.
I spoke to some sources about the Eastern Link, that there is a massive coal-fired plant, the largest in North America, called Plant Shearer in Georgia, north of Macon, Georgia. And BNSF takes coal out of the Powder River Basin from a few different mines and gets it part of the way there. Then it links up with Norfolk Southern, and Norfolk Southern takes it the rest of the way because they've got that rail. Well, if a merger goes through between Norfolk Southern and Union Pacific, then BNSF could get cut out of that deal. And according to BNSF, who's a critic of this proposed merger, that would be less choices for Wyoming coal producers when it comes to shipping their coal out of state. And so that could drive up prices because they become a captive customer.
On Thursday, the Federal Surface Transportation Board delivered a unanimous decision that put the brakes on what appears to be the largest rail merger ever proposed. A Wyoming House representative from Cheyenne unveiled a bill this month that, if it becomes law, would let people get ivermectin without a prescription. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the legislature may hear the bill in 3 weeks.
Representative Gary Brown unveiled the bill this month, and he was like, other states are doing this. I'm super excited. I did have one doctor who was just adamant, like, there's nothing good about this bill. There are side effects. There's issues with the studies. On the other hand, I had a doctor who was like, I'm not going to speak to the bill, but this drug has not been given a fair shake. Studies are suppressed on it for some reason, and people should answer for that.
Horse dewormer, ivermectin garnered controversy during the COVID-19 pandemic when President Joe Biden's U.S. Food and Drug Administration discouraged its use with slogans like, "You are not a horse. You are not a cow. Seriously, y'all, stop it." I'll be back with more news from Cowboy State Daily's News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This message is from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Wind gusts of up to 87 miles per hour swept across Wyoming on Friday, ripping the roof off of a building at the Albany County Fairgrounds and a metal roof off another in Torrington. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that hurricane-force winds are nothing new to Wyoming, but these winds were unusual.
The winds that swept across southeast Wyoming on Friday were up to 87 miles per hour in some places, and these came from the north-northwest. So a lot of structures maybe aren't as designed to handle winds coming from that different direction, which is why you saw roofs flying off, trees toppled over. It wasn't unorthodox in terms of the intensity of the wind. Wyoming sees hurricane-force winds all the time. What was different about Friday's storm was that they were coming from a different direction, and that changes the dynamic of the windstorm itself.
The strongest gust recorded on Friday was 87 miles per hour on Pilot Hill, east of Laramie. Gusts of up to 79 miles per hour were recorded at the F.E. Warren Air Force Base near Cheyenne. A state legislative committee has denied $6.6 million the Wyoming Public Television requested to fill a massive federal defunding effort. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the decision, which isn't final, includes $3 million for operations and a $3.6 million grant the feds rescinded.
Basically, PBS was like, the feds left us holding the bag. Our request to you is tripled for these things that we need that we don't know how to pay for now. And the state of Wyoming said, no, if the feds are interested in paying for this stuff, then we're not going to do it.
Wyoming Public Television CEO Joanna Kale tells Cowboy State Daily that without the money, the outlet is facing cuts of staff, programming, or both. And that's a look at today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Shifts, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyshifts.org today. I hope to see you soon.
All right, let's get right to the next hour of the Cowboy State Daily Show. Cyrus Western is here, the Region 8 Administrator for the Environmental Protection Agency. That's the EPA if you do the acronym thing. And Cyrus covers everything from asbestos cleanup, crude oil spills, ozone readings in the patch. He wants to make sure we can breathe clean air and have clean water, all that kind of stuff. That's what the EPA does. Cyrus, you didn't know there'd be a test, but there's going to be a test. You ready?
I'll do my best.
A quick quiz right off the bat. You cover 8 states or 6 states? What are they? What states do you handle?
So I cover the Dakotas, Montana, Wyoming, Colorado, Utah. And so, you know, and the 28 tribes as well within those states. So yeah, we cover 6 states. It's a massive region, a lot of land to cover, but I'm obviously biased because I'm a Wyoming guy, but I absolutely love it. It's a beautiful, beautiful region. I really enjoy it. And they're good people to work with across the board.
Yeah. And of all the things you're making sure are clean, let's start with air concerns in general. I just saw not too long, a couple of months ago, late last year, Salt Lake City, Provo area finally met air quality standards for the first time in 15 years. Smog is a deal in the West, primarily the inversion, cold, especially in winter, cold presses down particulates and stuff like that.
But before we get to that, though, I have to share this.
Yeah.
You know, obviously, I watched the national championship last night.
Oh,
really excited that Indiana won. But in my mind, I couldn't help but fantasize about what if that was the University of Wyoming up there that won. But anyway, it's a Cinderella story. So I figure, heck, if it can happen in Indiana, maybe someday it can happen to us.
I mean, if Indiana can do it and use the portal to their advantage, that's in 2 years, they turn that program to what you just saw last night. You're right.
Yeah, unreal. Anyway, maybe someday. Keep a fella can dream, right?
Oh, yeah. Brown and gold deserve to be the Pokes. It would look so right, I think.
Oh, I think the whole state of Wyoming would just literally explode if we won the national championship.
And that explosion would probably cause some kind of air pollution. They would have to call you in, Cyrus, and say, fix this, man.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, man. No, Thank you for entertaining me on that fun thought experiment.
Yeah.
It's kind of interesting. I think in a lot of these mountain states out west, and specifically Utah, for a lot of folks who've been to Utah, the whole Salt Lake Valley, you look up on all sides and you see these huge mountains. So you're kind of in this big valley that comes down, and it comes down into the Great Salt Lake. And so through no fault of the folks there, the vast majority of the air pollution that you see there, about 80% of it does not come from the state of Utah, does not come from the ground. It comes from international transport. So, these sources that are up in Canada or down in Mexico, or some of it even comes from Asia, from China and those industrial zones. It goes way up in the atmosphere and it comes down and it gets deposited. And those mountains kind of act as like this kind of like a catchment area to keep them there. And so that's something that I think we really have to keep in mind, because it's easy, some folks of a certain persuasion may say, well, this is just dirty oil and gas or mining or just industry in general. It's like, whoa, no, like there's more to it, as a matter of fact. And I think credit goes to Utah. They have done a lot of work to install the most cleanly burning engines on trucks, on drilling rigs, on construction equipment. And so they've done a really good job of trying to get their pollution down. I mean, I think the stat that really sticks out to me is that you could remove every single man, woman, and child in the Salt Lake Valley, and there would still be periods of times of the year where they would not be in attainment. So that just goes to show a lot of it comes from other sources elsewhere. And so that's one of the things that we're trying to do, is to ensure that these places are not being punished because they're not responsible. Right? How can we be held responsible for actions if it's not coming from us,
Yet it behooves you to mitigate your air pollution problem. And yeah, good job, Utah, to get ahead of it. I had no idea, Cyrus, that could be not of your own making. Like, thanks, China, internet, like air, and of course it's going to settle in valleys. That's weird. So on that note, though, Cyrus, at what point does the EPA suggest, recognize a problem, and then eventually has to mandate, like, you got to do this, but you probably don't want to get there. You'd rather see proactive wherever, whatever it is, right?
Yeah, no, and so I mean, not to get into the nitty gritty technical stuff, but it's called exceptional events, right? Like, and so there right now, the way the Clean Air Act is written is there's not a lot of flexibility about what the EPA can do in terms of kind of cutting some of these states some slack. And luckily, there's legislation. I believe Senator Sheehy from Montana has been working on this, and I think some others to kind of say, hey, look, to states like Utah and Colorado and some of these other states, say, look, you guys have done a ton of work. You've really worked with private industry to reduce your emissions to the greatest extent. We're going to give the EPA authority to ensure that you are not being punished for actions for which you are not responsible. And so I hopefully, that needs to get to the president's desk and get signed. But if it can, I think that would give states like Utah and Wyoming, the Upper Green River Basin, as well as Colorado, a little bit more flexibility in trying to make sure that we are compliant. And we're also ensuring that folks have clean air.
We're talking to Cyrus Western, former Wyoming legislator, now tapped by President Trump to run Region 8 as the administrator in the EPA. I do want to talk about some things that are on the agenda for 2026, what you're working on. But first, let's do the overarching on water. Water in the West has many different uses, and there are many ways water can be tainted or polluted. I'm surprised, for me, maybe I'm wrong, I see very little fracking issues where oil and gas and drilling has done things to water. It's usually us. It's us, people and our dogs or whatever living close.
For sure. Water is a big deal, right? I'll never forget. I grew up in Bighorn, and there was the Mercantile down there when I was a kid, and this is my exposure to water and how people view it in the West. And it was a picture of these two ranchers. They're at a head gate in an irrigation ditch. One rancher, they both have shovels. One of them is like this, about to swing at the other. The other one is taking his and he's trying to hold it up like this to defend himself. And the caption was negotiating water rights in Wyoming.
Yeah.
And so, water is a really big deal in Wyoming and in the Rocky Mountain states, right? We're a first in claim, first in right state, as are a lot of the Western states. So, how we use it is a really big deal. We just went through the WOTUS ruling, or we're going through the very final phases of that right now. And for all the folks who are listening, the Clean Water Act, which is kind of the marquee piece of regulation that Congress authorized, governs how our waters are regulated, right? And there's a lot of certain questions within the Clean Water Act about, well, what states are eligible to be regulated and which ones are not. And so that's why you heard the term WOTUS, Waters of the United States. So the phrase was like, well, is it WOTUS eligible, right? And that was a huge question that had been going, that had really been unanswered for decades. There have been battles in the court, kind of getting pinballed back and forth. And that's one of the things that the Trump administration and Administrator Zeldin that we've really tried to do is ensure that we are just taking a common sense approach to how we regulate water. If you have a pond in your backyard, that probably we shouldn't have the EPA rolling up on you and making all sorts of demands, right? Or likewise, if you are a rancher and you just have a stock tank, way out in the middle of one of your leases, I don't think I would consider it government overreach for them to roll in and start making all these demands and how you have to regulate that versus stuff that just I think makes common sense to all the folks in Wyoming. The Platte River, the Green River, the Snake River, those kind of big rivers. Like, all right, this makes sense. There needs to be a process if you want to, withdraw water, discharge into the water, build a bridge, any sort of that kind of stuff that significantly alters some of these. So that's one of the big issues that we've been working on in terms of water that directly impacts Wyoming.
Common sense approach to WOTUS, Cyrus Western. I like all that. So 2026, you've had time now, barely. You just got the job. You've settled in and you say, I got some plans. I got some bullet point targets for what I want to do in 2026. What are those? Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I'm coming up on my year anniversary with the administration. Feels a lot longer than that, but that's only because we've just had a big agenda and we've gotten a lot of the stuff done since then. I think in terms of just stuff that I want to get done, Wyoming and the rest of Colorado, Utah, et cetera, the Dakotas, Montana, we're extractive states, right? We have lots of oil, we have lots of gas, coal, rare earths, et cetera. And it's really exciting because there's a lot of projects that come across my desk. There's a really cool rare earth mine up in Montana that's going on right now that they're trying to get started up. There are some of these legacy mines, like this is a really cool one. It's I think it is the world's largest open pit mine in Utah. It's the Kennecott mine, the Rio Tinto mine that's been right there. Like when you fly into Utah and you look off to the west, you'll see just probably the biggest pile of dirt, I think, in existence. Yeah. And it's this mine that's been there for been operating for 100 and some years. So working with some of these industries and these legacy mines has been really cool, right? And I think one of the things I want to get done in Region 8 is making sure we have this streamlined permitting, right? And I think to kind of talk about that, we have to frame where were we previously to this. And unfortunately, when folks would come before the EPA, they would submit applications that would be sitting there waiting for months or years and not even getting an answer, right? Like I heard the stories of folks saying, well, my application has been with the agency for a year now, haven't even gotten any indication of what's wrong with my application. Are there things missing from it, right? And so we really I've been setting up a process of making sure that we are getting an answer out quickly. If it's a defective application, we have to say, hey, we're going to have to deny this. However, if you fix it, come back, reapply, we'll get you through the process, right? So I think making sure that there is that certainty is really important to regulated folks, whether you're a huge mining company, or a small, engineering firm, in Wyoming, right? We want to make sure that we've got a process in place that is responsive and that get things done quickly. I can imagine your entire first year at Region 8 Administrator, EPA, is trying to figure out what happened in the last 4 years. Every time there's administrative change, what got lost, what's stalled in the works, what do I need to undo? That's a whole year of figuring out what happened in the last 4 years. Wow.
Yeah.
Before you even get to,
Just a quick shout out. There's something I want to make clear, I think, for listeners. The vast majority of the career staff, meaning the non-politicals, right? Yeah. They're good folks. They want to do a good job. They want to work hard. But at the end of the day, they do take direction from the political appointees like myself. So obviously under the previous administration, it was a pretty obvious fact that they were not interested in working with oil and gas companies or extractives in general, right? And so I think that was what you kind of saw, that frustration. And that's something I've had a lot of conversations with my staff to say, hey, look, these people they fund our agency, right? We are a taxpayer funded agency. They expect customer service and we're going to give it to them.
Interesting. And so that's pretty cool. You get at the helm there and you say, you know what? I got a good team. They're good at what they do. They've been maybe misled a little bit down a wrong path. Let me fix that.
Exactly.
That's cool.
Exactly.
What else coming up in the next year or 2 or 3? You're going to be there till Trump's not there, I would imagine.
Correct. Yeah, there's some other stuff that we're working on in terms of, NEPA reform, the National Environmental Protection Act, something that I think that a lot of folks don't know. I mean, when you drive by Dave Johnston, right, or you drive by Naughton or any of those big power plants in Wyoming, those were almost exclusively built in the early to mid 70s or even earlier, right? And so one thing I've always kind of wondered is, well, why haven't we built anything like that in the last 40, 50 years, right?
Yeah.
And the answer for that is NEPA, is because while it is well-intentioned, that piece of legislation ultimately made it so hard to get any major industrial project permitted. And this was coming from both sides of the aisle, right? Some of the major wind developers for years have been talking about NEPA and how obstructive it's been. Obviously, you could talk to the folks at the mining companies, oil and gas, or any of those industries, and they'll all say the same thing. They say it is too cumbersome, it's too slow. There's not a lot of clarity in how this gets done. And we've seen NEPA projects that were supposed to be done in a year, maybe 2, extending to 3 years, to 5 years, to 10 years even in some cases, right? And so making sure we are getting that NEPA reform through and that the agency and that I and Region 8, we are making sure that we're implementing those reforms is really important. Congress is a big part of this, right? Ultimately, they are the ones that are initiate the process to write laws that are the supreme law of the land. But there's some really good NEPA reform packages that are working their way through that I think can definitely be helpful in this outcome.
I'm encouraged by that because, my observations from someone looking in from the outside is NEPA is a monster. I've seen it really hold up things, simple things like, ski resort expansion or something. It's got to go through NEPA. I mean, whatever. And NEPA, it just feels that once you hear those 4 letters, you're like, all right, this ain't going anywhere for a year or 2 or 3. Oh,
I know. And that's one thing I think the Fast 41 process has been great in allowing these projects to really accelerate that process for approval or for denial, right?
Yeah.
And so it is very exciting. I mean, you can just kind of see it whenever we talk to folks from across the spectrum, right? Whether they're in uranium or they're in oil and gas or they're in coal or whether they're in, the utilities, that there's a buzz out there. And it's, they're walking the plank. A lot of folks are going to these debt markets and borrowing lots of money so they can build these big projects. So it's very exciting. It's very exciting.
I'm excited. The EPA is getting Western. Cyrus, Western Region 8 Administrator. Cyrus, thanks for being on this morning.
Really appreciate your time. Thank you.
All right. Have a great day. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and we're going to talk weather. Let's turn our attention to Don Day and the weather forecast. Get him in here. I got to push some buttons. First, we have to boot Cyrus off the scene. Cyrus, don't mean anything by it, but we just have to clear Zoom space. All right. We are ready for weather forecasting with Don Day, the day weather forecast. Don can first answer, I think, to Don, are you familiar with Andrew Rossi, that guy?
Of course.
Yeah, of course. Andrew's got that story about the roof blowing off some joint, and that's because the wind was going the wrong way. And that sounds like it's your fault, Don.
Of course it's my fault.
Whenever you go, it reminds me of whenever you go, like typically a gas station with a C-store, while you're fueling up, and you're not supposed to leave your the fuel thing on, but who doesn't do that? You put your fuel that you're fueling up, and you got to go in for smokes or some tobacco or a Red Bull or something. And there's double doors, but only one of them ever works because one has a sign saying, "Don't open this one."
Yeah, please use other door. Right.
Yes, and that's because the wind. Well, the other day it was the other door. They had to flip the sign. The wind came from the wrong way.
Well, I don't think it's right to say the wrong way because the wind can come in any direction it wants.
I know. I do that just to get your goat.
But however, those winds that hit on Friday did come from almost the due north. And you don't expect the ferocity of 70, 80 mile per hour winds from the north. You expect them to be from a westerly component. So yes, those winds were of the intensity from a different direction than what you would consider most high wind vents to be. And so, a lot of times architects and everything else, they'll look at climatology and they'll say, well, what is the strongest wind gust ever seen in this location? What direction does it come from? And a lot of times you engineer for that, which makes perfect sense, right?
Yeah.
So when you do get a wind of that strong, and another thing I need to point out about those winds late last week, you and I have talked about this, I think at times, is air density. If it's a strong north wind that's cold, it's because it was an Arctic front.
Yeah.
So that air's colder. So when you have colder air, the air molecules are more tightly packed together. So the force of a wind at 20 degrees Fahrenheit is much more intense than a wind at 50 degrees Fahrenheit.
Oh my. I did not know that. Yes.
So the impact of the wind on a surface when it's cold like that, it's just, I always tell people, think of Arctic air as like maple syrup or molasses. It's thick, it's dense, it's heavy. And you push that faster, it's going to have a bigger impact. And then if you've got structures that are anticipating a strong wind from the north that are built to absorb a wind from a different direction, then yes, it makes sense that quote wrong direction was going to cause some problems.
All air not created equal. All winds are not equal. That is interesting news. All right, what's the week look like? Still what you saw yesterday?
Yeah, the storyline for Wyoming is on the edge of these Arctic outbreaks, and I tell you, the weather is going to be the headline news for a lot of the country starting this weekend through next week. From the plain states to the deep south, from the Great Lakes to New England to the Carolinas, it is going to be one wave of cold and snow and ice. We're going to have a big ice storm in the south, a big snow event in this. How's this? How's this for how upside down the world is? What if I told you there's a good chance parts of Arkansas could see 18 to 20 inches of snow this weekend?
Oh, wow. And
we can't get an inch here.
Yeah. Oh, don't tell the folks at Jackson Hole Mountain Resort. They will bring trucks to Arkansas to go
Arkansas.
They will go get it. We're going to steal Arkansas snow. That's madness.
It is madness. It is just whacked out.
Thanks, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. Jillian Balow up next.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad!
Okay, here we go, throw it.
Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner.
Go. Excellent. Cyrus. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family. Yeah. Oh, I thought you were on my team. Wait.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. We welcome in Jillian Balow. Jillian was born and raised in Gillette, so she knows energy. She knows ag. 5th generation Wyomingite. Long time. She knows education, too. 7 years as your super of public instruction from 14 to 2022. Left briefly to help Glenn Youngkin fight left-wing ideology in classrooms in Virginia. She righted things there and then got back home as quick as she could and has declared your campaign for U.S. House. I'm excited.
Check, check, check. Thank you, Jake. That was a great introduction. I couldn't have said it better. Yeah, my family and I are super happy to be back in Wyoming. We've been back for about a year and a half. Waited for my son to graduate from high school. He did. He's in college. All is well. And here we are.
So I would imagine similar to the things you could bring to the state of Wyoming and briefly Virginia and to all Americans, you can maybe bring at a more effectiveness in congressional seats. So I don't know. Tell me when did this idea first hatch and why U.S. House?
Yeah, I've spent most of my life in public service, and I've seen the fruits of that labor in Wyoming as Wyoming State Superintendent, in Virginia as Virginia's State Superintendent. And you're absolutely right. When you're able to get things done, and when you're able to root those in great policy and frameworks that make sense to Wyomingites and people across the nation, then you know that this is the right thing to do. So I've been thinking about this for a long time, and frankly, it thinking, and then it came together quickly and coalesced after some conversations with folks across the state.
I'm looking at some campaign emphasis from the website. Give me the website again, because I'm not on it at this moment.
Yep, it's Jillian Balow for Wyoming, and I will tell you, top of mind for me and top of website is America First.
That's what I was going to say. Yeah, well, Wyoming first, you're ours, but America is Wyoming. The last I checked, Wyoming is America, vice versa. America first, I like it.
That's right. You know what? Wyoming powers America. Wyoming powers the world. So if we're focused on Wyoming, we're focused on America. We're focused on making the world a much better place. But President Trump's done such a great job through executive order of putting really, really good policies in place. It's Congress's turn to make sure that those are placed into law and rooted in America like they once were before Biden destroyed it. So talking a lot about affordability in Wyoming, that means not only keeping the cost of goods down, but also making sure that we have plenty of jobs and opportunities for Wyomingites to prosper. And again, when Wyomingites prosper in agriculture and energy and all of our other industries, America prospers. And so it's really thinking about energy, jobs, and how that relates to our economy.
Yeah, you do emphasize a more affordable Wyoming, more affordable for Americans. And I did want to ask, like, is that a loaf of bread? Is that a health care or what? I mean, everything costs more now. What can you do to help your average Wyomingite just get by? Everything costs more.
It is. You know, the great thing about Wyoming is that Wyoming knows hard work. We understand that we're the epicenter, we're the underpinning for powering America. And so number one is making sure that we have good jobs and that we're working toward energy independence and heightened agricultural use across America. And as long as we're doing that and creating opportunities for Wyomingites to work hard, that's part of the equation. The other part is, yes, really rolling back the inflationary policies that the Biden era put into place and making sure that loaves of bread are cheap and affordable for Wyomingites.
Yeah, I like certainly fighting for Wyoming's energy jobs. Anybody that Wyoming voters send to D.C., we need to know, first and foremost, are you going to protect oil, gas, and then a variety of other energies that Wyoming's into? Yeah, that voice needs to be heard in Washington. I'm sure it will be with Jillian Balow.
Absolutely. I grew up in Gillette, the energy capital, not just of the nation, but of the world. And my day, every day growing up, centered around our community that was producing oil, gas, and coal. And you're absolutely right. You know, there are some new energy sources that are innovative. We need to hold companies' feet to the fire and make sure that we're constantly innovating. And we need to expect that of ourselves as Wyomingites and as a government. And so that's something I'll really take to Washington as well, making sure that we're not just thinking about the traditional energy sources. Those are really important to strengthen and keep going. But we also have some great opportunities to be innovative, and those are coming in to Wyoming right now.
By this time next year, when you drive to work in D.C., I want to see that pickup truck with the 17 tags on it. Nobody drives there. I know you're going to fly, but that would be like 17 Wyoming plates in your parking spot.
Absolutely. Yeah. Maybe I should get a purse made of 17 Wyoming license plates to carry with me.
I love it. We need you to protect public lands. That's a huge issue. We've seen it come up last year. Boy, it seemed at times that was all voters cared about, but that was huge. What's your stance on public lands?
Yeah, public lands need to be in Wyoming's hands. We need to make those decisions, definitely not the federal government, and I'll fight to protect Wyoming's voice in that process. I grew up with the term multiple use in my daily life. You know, we were snowmobilers and hunters, and agriculture was prevalent in our community, in our lives, and making sure that public lands are available for multiple uses is very, very important. And I'll continue fighting for that and make sure that Wyoming has the voice and the say in that, not the federal government.
A lot of things have been shifting and changing in education. Your background there makes you perfectly poised to stay on it, make sure things remain turned in the right direction. What about education?
Yeah, you know, I'm so proud of the work that we did in Wyoming with our accountability system. I made sure when I came in within my first year that we didn't just have college readiness as part of our accountability system, that we had career and military readiness as part of that as well. And it's only grown from there. That's something that I took to Virginia and worked on. In Virginia, make no mistake, we had Governor Youngkin, who was an amazing conservative leader, but he was governing in a blue state. And what we were faced with, I repealed the transgender guidance that said boys could use girls' bathrooms, boys could play girls' sports. We replaced that with the dignity and respect for all students, placing all students at the center, and parents as the supreme authority over raising their kids and how they were raised. That's just one example of what we did successfully in Virginia, but that has trickled across the nations. Many states have adopted that same kind of dignity and respect for all students, and even the federal government and President Trump has carried that message through the halls of the White House and Congress.
I mean, your entire career in political office, your service has always been done with an R next to your name, and I mean a capital R.
Absolutely.
I think this is silliness, but let's air it out and address it. There was a time where Liz Cheney and President Trump saw eye to eye on things, no longer, and you were maybe in that group, or a photograph of you in that group. I mean, yeah. I don't know. What do you want to say about that?
Look, like so many in Wyoming, Liz let me down, and she was rightfully replaced by the voters of Wyoming. When I was with Liz, like many of us were, when she was with President Trump, and when she turned against him, we weren't with her anymore. In 2016, Liz battled Hillary Clinton in the war against coal. In 2018, she cheered on Trump. At one time, Liz was consistently voting to keep our military strong. She blasted Obama for his crazy thinking that our enemies were actually our friends. And then she changed overnight. In 2020, she joined Democrats to pass an amendment that limited President Trump's ability to withdraw troops in Afghanistan. And that, as we know, backfired. In modern history, Biden's withdrawal from Afghanistan was maybe one of the biggest debacles militarily that our country has seen. Liz supported Kamala Harris. I supported Trump. End of story. And that's one of the reasons that I'm running, is to support Trump's agenda.
This seat that Jillian Balow is with us, by the way, the seat she's looking at, U.S. House, is soon to be vacated by Harriet Hageman, who's got her eyes on Senate. As a lot of shifting is happening in D.C., you will be joined by Secretary of State Chuck Ray in that race, entrepreneur, businessman Reed Reisner. And I would imagine an endorsement from President Trump would be pretty significant. Any idea that may come? Is that going to matter in your campaign, or are you just full steam ahead in what Jillian Balow's doing?
Well, my agenda is America first. I support Trump's policies. And so if a byproduct of that is a Trump endorsement, boy, I'd be pleased as punch. Right now, I think that President Trump and lots of people across Wyoming are getting to know all of us who are going to be in the race. And I'll do my level best to appeal to the voters of Wyoming. And I think that's fairly well aligned.
Jillian Balow's in the cyberspace. Find her at Jillian Balow for Wyoming. And let me spell it for you. Jillian, like Jill, Jillian, Balow, B-A-L-O-W. Jillian Balow for Wyoming. She's on the Facebook, socials, everywhere. Jillian, go get them.
Jake,
You
thanks
ready?
so much. It's always good to talk to you.
I mean, we're like 9 months from the primary. We're going to get going here.
We are.
All
Hey,
right.
Take care. Thanks so much, Jake.
Thank you. Jillian Balow on the show. We got to take a quick break. Get Jackie Dorothy in here right after this here.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud.
It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
And welcome back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show continues on a Tuesday. Jackie Dorothy should be here soon. Live from Thermopolis, Wyoming. First, let's check out Andrew Rossi's story as we go to the Albany County Fairgrounds. And the wind doing some damage to a building. Also, another roof torn off in Torrington, by the way. We had wind gusts the other day. Well, going back last Friday, Andrew Rossi's story over the weekend told us about wind gusts up to 87 miles an hour swept across the state late last week. Yes, that's nothing unusual for Wyoming. 87-mile-an-hour wind, that's like a regular Friday. But this wind came from what I say is the wrong direction. Don Day will just say it came from another direction. An unusual one. Not the typical southwesterly flow, but more of a nor'easter and more of a north. So when you're talking about the designs of buildings or certain aspects about buildings that are prepared to get wind gusts from a certain direction and maybe not another direction, these northeast winds tore the roofs off buildings, uprooted trees, and did some serious damage. Andrew's got photos, or it didn't happen. Andrew's got photos. Don't worry. And here they are. This one provided by the Albany County Fair and Livestock Sale. And the roof just gone. And primarily because these winds, while significant, 80-mile-an-hour range, nothing to scoff at, but they came from a different direction. So they were able to catch a hold of something, which may account for the fact that we've seen unprecedented wind event that's made cornices and wind-blown snow atop of Devil's Tower. Officials confirmed this week that last week's historic windstorm deposited a significant snowdrift on the summit of Devil's Tower. First documented instance of the world-famous monument being partially capped by wind-driven snow. This story is, of course, fake news. Fake news, as only the Casper Planet can deliver. Our friend of the Casper Planet has gotten a lot of feedback about this story, including one comment from somebody who said, "Hey, I actually researched this on the internet, could find no instance of this story other than your site. I suggest people, do their homework," I think the guy said. And Justin Hathaway said, I could have saved you a lot of the homework. All you had to do was look at my Facebook site where you saw the story. And I say right up front, satirical website, not to be taken seriously, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, that's all the research you need to do is read the disclaimer on Casper Planet. All right. Jackie Dorothy is here. Let's give her some grand music so we can do all... No, that's not good. There, some pageantry. Jackie, what's happening in Thermopolis? Is it windy today or no?
No, it's not, but it's pretty cold.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So it just seems so strange. It's low as 19, 17 above and no snow. But we got ice on the terraces. I'm sitting right here at the state park looking at the geese and ducks enjoying the hot water and the steam. So they're getting their steam bath.
Yeah, well, they don't call it Hot County for nothing. What is it? Hot Springs County. Yeah,
yes.
all the smart fowl know where to go in winter. Get yourself to Thermop as fast as you can. Float around in some warm water. Yeah, it feels colder without snow down, right? Snow has an insulating effect.
It does. I think you're absolutely right. And it just makes it so much more prettier. I mean, when you have frozen brown grass, it's not as pretty as a foot or two of snow.
It just, it feels colder.
We have to drive 2 hours to find snow right now this winter.
It's
crazy. It's up in Shell Canyon and the Bighorns, but even at the base of the canyon, it's dry roads. I mean, the water is barely frozen, and it's not till you get near the top towards like Antelope Butte, Meadowlark, that you find any snow. It's the strangest thing. But there is snow at the ski resorts in the Bighorns, so if you're looking for snow, you can find them there.
Yeah, we got snow up high, but you got to be in the mountains. Our buddy Craig Johnson shared a photo of Shell Falls the other day on Facebook. I love that falls.
Oh, it is pretty. You have to, it's funny because you have to park, they have the gate closed, so you have to park on the side of the road and hike in during the winter.
Yes, it's like 2 years it's going to be down for reparations. I got to fix it up. But it's harder to get to.
That makes sense why they have that gate down.
Yeah, they're fixing, Forest Service is working on that. I know, it's too bad. It's beautiful falls.
It really is.
Yeah. Okay, let's talk about Clay Gibbons and the historian. Your story in the Cowboy State Daily, January 18th, the date. Wyoming man had no idea his pile of old logs was kind of significant. It was part of an outlaw's 1885 hideout cabin. Wow.
Yes, so this was a really cool story. What had happened is that Bill Greer had this cabin on his property, but it was in the way of a feedlot he wanted to put in. So he called up Clay and said, hey, I'm going to tear down this cabin. You want it? So Clay and his dad arrived and they marked all the logs because his plan was to take this cabin and put it up on his property and build it exactly like it was. So he got all the logs back to his property, had them set up, and he was deciding where to put it when his neighbor set fire to his garden and to Clay's property. So half these logs were destroyed. But there were some of the logs that were still there, and another friend got a hold of him and said, this cabin outside of Hyattville is at the location where Teton Jackson, a notorious horse thief, was captured by Frank Canton. And it was a cabin that Clay Gibbons had been looking for, and there were the logs right there on his property. And they still tell the story, even though most of them, half of them were gone. You have the rifle range, you have hand-hewn nails. I mean, you could just feel the history, and they're just these logs laying there. But it was part of this notorious thief. And I didn't know I don't know. Have you heard of Teton Jackson?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I hadn't. And I think that's what's so fun about these histories is then you start doing this deep dive and it's like, how did I not hear about this guy?
Yeah.
For 8 years, he hid out in Jackson Hole and was the leader of the most notorious. I mean, when we're talking horse thief, they had 800 to 1,000 of these horses in the valley.
Yeah. There's a great story about how Teton Jackson escaped a posse that was after him. Yeah, he's right up there, legendary outlaw for sure.
Oh, I am definitely doing a dive. I mean, one of our readers commented that he was to Teton Jackson Cave, and it's like, this is so cool.
Wow.
And the way he got rid of the brands. So the horses, they would take a hot And this is I read it in the 1880, I think it was 1880 newspaper. They took a pan, one of those cast iron pans, heated it up, and would put it on the horse and scald off the brand. Then they would take care of the horse, I forget what kind of medicine they put on the horse. And when the hair grew back, they'd rebrand them. And suddenly they were unrecognizable as the original horse. And then they would take them all the way up through Johnson County to the Black Hills to sell to the miners there, because it was the 1876 gold rush going on. And they were in need of horses and had the money for it.
Yeah.
It was quite the deal that he did. He is a fascinating guy.
Yeah, he is. The more you dig in, the more you see the doings of one of the more famous outlaws, Teton Jackson, mysterious sagebrush bandit of Idaho, Jackson Hole. Great. There's no end to the stories about Teton Jackson. So getting back to this cabin, how, didn't this historian, what's the historian's name? This
Clay Gibbons.
Clay Gibbons.
Yes.
Now, did he know that he had an old cabin? Because there are certain ways they're constructed, the way you notch them. There's certain ways that you built cabins, and you can almost date them to the decade. So he knew there was something significant.
He knew it was from the 1870s. He knew who built it. He knew it was a trapper's cabin outside of Hyattville. The location where it was built, he said he took some great pictures of it before they took it down.
Yeah.
It was against a creek bank. They could see up the creek. And so Indian attacks is what they were worried about in the 1870s. And so it was just set up as a fortress. And that's why Frank Canton, when he came up to this cabin, had to do it at dawn before they were fully awake. And as soon as he saw the embers from the candle and the embers coming out of the fireplace, that's when he barged in with his 6-shooter drawn. So you can just imagine this scene. But they were able to figure out which cabin it was from Frank Canton's. I went and read his autobiography, and that was fascinating. I mean, you know how it is when you're doing research. It takes longer to write these history stories than it does an interview.
Oh,
man.
You're
thinking, it'll only take me a few hours, 6 and 8 hours, 10 hours later, you're like,
you and I can get caught up living in the past. That's for sure.
Absolutely.
It's fun.
So that's how they were able to locate the cabin, is that they started doing the research and connecting the dots. Canton talked about how long it took from Buffalo. It was 40 miles from Buffalo, and it was an all-night traveling over this rocky region. And that's what's cool about Clay, is he actually rode these areas that these outlaws and lawmen rode. So he knew the area, the general, and he was searching for this cabin for years because he wanted to stand in that threshold and imagine what it was like. And here it was on his property, and he had stood in the cabin.
All you got to do is put it back together. He won't get that same view that outlaws cherish, where you can see him coming from a mile away. That's pretty neat.
He's still hopeful because he even has the fireplace and all the rock from it. And so there is still hope that even though he doesn't have all the logs, who knows, maybe it still will be put back together. But when you're standing there with those logs, you can actually, when you realize the history there and the rifle cutout that they had in the log, you could see the frames. Just the nails themselves, you can tell that they were made from a blacksmith and not a manufacturer.
Yeah, I know. That stuff, when you're around it, you really, all of a sudden, history starts taking shape. You can feel it. And, and I love what you mentioned about distances. I love to hear when so-and-so went from this place to this place, and that trip in a Subaru or a pickup truck, and you think, man, this guy rode it on a horse or walked it, and he did it in in the winter. It's just people getting from here to there in history is fascinating. Like, wow.
It really is, because 40 miles from Buffalo doesn't sound like anything.
No.
But they're doing it they left at dusk and got there just about an hour before dawn. and they're riding through the dark. And Clay said that this region that they rode through was rocky.
Yeah.
They talked about, there's pines down and just describing it. And what's cool about Wyoming is so much of our landscape has not changed. I mean, you get into some places and yes, it's been urbanized. We're like any modern town. But most of those areas where these outlaws hid out, you could still hide out.
Yeah, it's the same. And 40-mile trip is legit, man. Anybody who's, you do 20 miles on the saddle. When you get off, you're John Wayne. Like you're walking all bow-legged.
You even get a twang going.
You got it all, man. Jackie, cool. Great story. Keep at it.
All right, will do. We got some good ones coming this weekend.
I'll be ready. Thank you. Have a great Tuesday. Thursday. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. That's Jackie Dorothy. Her story about the Wyoming man who had no idea, a cabin that he always knew about, that Tam Jackson hid in. He's a historian himself. Historian Clay Gibbons is putting back the old hideout cabin of Tam Jackson. Gibbons has the logs on his property. He'll probably use fancier modern nails this time around, but rescued a notorious outlaw's 1885 cabin. What a fascinating story. Check it out in the Cowboy State Daily. You'll love it. We got to take a break for top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. You hear us on radio stations around Wyoming. I'll reiterate what stations you can find us on as the morning goes. I have to remind myself to do that. And of course, you see us on Facebook Live, X Live, YouTube. We got our own channel, or on the cowboystatedaily.com homepage whenever the show's on. However you want to do it, we're happy to have you. It's time for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Another wolf from Yellowstone National Park's famous Junction Butte pack killed in Montana is being investigated as a poaching. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that this incident once again raises questions over wolf hunting near the park.
But this flows into a larger issue of this argument that's been going on for a long time. Should these wolf hunts be allowed right outside of Yellowstone? You step outside the park boundary and the wolves are in a hunt area where they can legally be shot. And some people are saying, especially with the Junction Butte pack, because they're so popular, they have people around them all the time, they really don't have that fear of people. It's too much of a slam dunk for hunters.
Wolf advocates argue that the Junction Butte wolves are so acclimated to crowds they don't fear humans, making them easy targets when they venture outside the park. The Hoskinson Health and Wellness Clinic in Gillette is cutting 40 jobs. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the clinic also is dialing back on expenses.
The family is saying that they plan to continue, but they need to get their expenses in line with their revenues to make the project sustainable long term. They are cutting 40 positions this time, and they're going to consolidate some of these things in with other departments, kind of restructuring. So that kind of my impression is they intend for there to be continuity of care for people. Just because a particular practice is going away doesn't necessarily mean people won't be able to get care.
So far, Charles Hoskinson has put $250 million into the health care center without taking government grants or loans. I'll be back with more news from Cowboy State Daily's News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles, especially light, high-profile vehicles like box trucks, recreation vehicles, semi-tractor trailers, horse trailers, and others. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. Your GPS might be wrong when it comes to the passability of alternate routes. When an interstate or highway is closed due to winter conditions, neighboring roads are potentially just as bad, if not worse. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Did you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Images of elk and deer with freakishly huge antlers touted as a new world record frequently pop up on social media. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the highly respected Boone and Crockett Club say those are probably captive animals that can't make the official record books.
The Boone and Crockett Club, they came out with a statement just reminding people that animals that are raised or kept in captivity or fed supplements, things like that, do not count for the record books. It has to be a legitimately free-range, wild animal that is hunted fair chase. You can't go into an elk ranch and shoot one in an enclosure and try to enter that into our record books.
Mike Opitz, vice president of the B&C's Big Game Records Committee, tells Cowboy State Daily that the press release wasn't issued to address a specific surge in people trying to fudge the rules. Wyomingites could see the first colorful auroras of the year this week. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a massive surge of solar energy has reached Earth's atmosphere.
A G4 severe geomagnetic storm watch was issued by the Space Weather Prediction Center on Sunday after a massive coronal mass ejection was detected coming off the surface of the sun and hurtling towards Earth, and it reached here in less than a day. According to the Space Weather Prediction Center, G4 geomagnetic storms are very rare, and the scale goes from G1 to G5, but we've had several of these over the last couple of years. The last G4 storm was in November of last year, and that was one of the best auroras that a lot of photographers I spoke to say they'd ever seen in Wyoming.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Space Weather Prediction Center issued a G4 geomagnetic storm watch. For reference on how intense that is, the scale peaks at G5, which means this is a particularly powerful CME. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
Dozens of beaches in the land down under closed after the fourth shark attack this month. Fourth shark attack in 48 hours, actually. The Australian authorities say just go swim the pool. That's a lot safer than trying to swim with the sharks. What are Australians doing swimming in the middle of January anyway? Don't they know it's winter?
Yeah, Jake.
That's crazy.
Whatever you said.
That's what you get for swimming in January.
Who went swimming in January?
Australians, and then the sharks ate them.
Oh, well, it's summer down there.
Okay.
You did not know that?
I knew that. I was testing you, Mark. Smart Alec. I was making sure you knew what was up. And let me make sure you know that to claim a Boone and Crockett trophy animal, you got to make sure the thing is truly wild.
Yeah. You can't go to someone's enclosure pen and blast one.
Nah, that's not going to work. BNC's seen that before. Because presumably you could, could an elk get a bigger rack if it doesn't have to fight all the time, if it just grows up in a life of luxury?
I don't know if that's the case. I do know they give a lot of those animals supplements.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's big. And that's actually really, I think in the Midwest and in the South, they do that on their, their private hunting plots. They give, they give the deer supplements to make their antlers grow bigger. So I don't know. I don't understand it, but it's, they do things differently in those parts of the country.
Boone and Crockett is the Boone and Crockett Club. That's the agency that is much respected for its record book. They're not the only one, are they? Are they the Guinness record book?
They're not the only one, but they're kind of they are the one. They're the one that everyone aspires to. And
and not surprising, Boone and Crockett said, look, big game animals raised in captivity, sometimes crammed full of artificial antler growth supplements. That's not going to get in their record book, not even with an asterisk. No, no. So if you and I enter into a transaction and I sell you my 9mm, I believe I got I got a Kimber. I'm going to sell you my Kimber. Yeah, it's a nice little gun. I'm going to mail that to you after I get a Venmo from you. That's illegal now, but
let's just say it's a gray area. Let's just say I'd probably pass on that one, or you should, because you'd be the one that
the return. Yeah, I would get in trouble. Yeah. But Wyoming gun advocates applauding Thursday's U.S. Department of Justice opinion that says a law banning the practice of mailing handguns in place since the 1920s may be unconstitutional.
Yep, that's what they said. So. We'll see, but I don't know.
There was a time where I think Sears and Roebuck could mail you anything, like from your house.
I don't know about handguns, but my old man would talk about how they could mail order surplus Garands and M1 carbines.
There you go.
Like they were cheaper than dirt, and you could just send off in the mail and get one of those mailed to you. But those days are long gone. Good Lord, you can't touch an M1 Garand for what? A couple grand if it's in halfway decent shape? I don't know. I haven't looked in a while.
Well, price prohibitive, but I'm going back to, 1918, let's say. And I want to start a life in Wyoming. I just flip through the Sears catalog. There's my house. I'll order that. That'll get here next month. There's my carbine. There's a goat. You can order anything.
Yeah, you could.
Man.
Yeah, the old Sears and Roebuck.
Those we got to bring those.
What
days
more
back.
do you need? You need a rifle, a goat, and a pre-manufactured house. You can handle anything. My wife won't let me get a goat. I keep saying I want a goat. No.
Mark keeps pointing at page 68 of the Sears catalog. This goat, I want that.
I want a goat. I want a goat.
Please, can I get a goat? Maybe you can get Veronica, the brown cow that used a rake to scratch its belly.
Yeah.
I'm totally mystifying you, I know, but
it
was in the news. National Geographic says the first time they've seen a cow use a tool. A cow.
A cow? Oh, no, boy.
And cows is not that smart. I can tell you that. So, this issue, a wolf from Yellowstone's famous Junction Butte Pack may have been poached. But the bigger issue, as you point out in the story, Mark, is, how do you handle legal wolf hunts right there in the border of Yellowstone? Because obviously the wolf doesn't know. The wolf's like, they can't shoot at me here, but 100 yards away they can.
It's tough. It's a contentious topic, and Probably always will be. I mean, again, it's like the one guy that I talked to says, if it's that way for, the elk and in some places the bison, why should it be any different for the wolves?
Yeah.
Because, you're right. There are, and, have been elk hunts right there, right up against the park line. And in some places, I don't know about Wyoming, but I think Montana, they still have bison hunts. So,
yeah.
So there's that side of it too, but who's right and who's wrong? People have been debating that for pretty much ever since the wolves came back. So
yeah, it doesn't seem fair to the individual wolf who's the victim of a hunt.
Yeah,
but there is a border. There is a line. It's not an imaginary border. It is to a wolf who doesn't know any better. But there is a border, and there is a line drawn in the minds and in the legalness of what you can do with wolves, and that's just the truth of it. Let's switch the topic to bears. And I had U.S. House Rep Harriet Hageman on the show the other day. She continues to say that she's pushing for the delisting of grizzly, even though one time Game and Fish guy Brian Nesvik, who's now at Fish and Wildlife, says we're on a 2-year plan. I think Hageman wants a little quicker than that. She said bears are mauling hunters. We got to do something.
Yeah. That's been something she stumped for hard ever since she was elected. She's been extremely vocal about that. So we'll see. I mean, I don't know at what point it's a congressional decision versus what point it has to be signed off by the by Nesvik's agency. So we'll see how it goes. I don't know. That's another one that's been going back and forth ad nauseum forever.
Yeah,
they came close. They were right on the cusp in 2018. They were in fact, Wyoming had a season lined up and was going to start selling tags, and then that got shut down at the last minute. So.
Yeah, both times flipped by conservation groups, by wildlife advocates. Congresswoman Hageman provided this testimony at an official D.C. thing. Is there any indication that that Fish and Wildlife Director Brian Nesvik is going to speed up the 2-year plan, or is that still
I think it's more of a question if he can.
Yeah.
He's got to do things by the book. I mean, he's and he's working on he's working off a much bigger book now, because he's not doing just one state. He's doing the entire United States, and that involves, like when I talked to him, I said I got to deal with things that were never even remotely on my radar for game and fish. For example, marine wildlife. I mean, he's responsible for marine wildlife too. So
I imagine
he got sea manatees to worry about. So,
I imagine, yes.
Nesvik and Angie Bruce have both been every bit as vocal as Hageman about getting the bears delisted. But as we know, Nesvik is kind of moving in a different world now. He's moving at the lightning speed of federal bureaucracy now.
Dude, you're right. And Nesvik's previous Wyoming playbook was like a comic book compared to whatever big thick die thing he's got now. He's like, oh man, I never had to deal with all this.
I don't even.
Gerald Gay of Casper, I love this buggy he's got, this electronic buggy. Allows him to get out and about. He never thought he'd be out there in the back country again.
Yeah, it's cool. We had an article, what was it, a couple of years ago maybe now, about the guy who's blind who can still hunt.
Yes.
Yeah. So the larger topic being there is so much going on with technology right now that has really opened those doors for for people that previously just had it slammed in their face. If you were, were born a certain way, or, you hit some kind of misfortune and suffered some kind of, disability, then that was it. You were done hunting. But that's really no longer the case. And, and as Mr. Gay pointed out, it's raising some access issues now. I mean, a barbed wire fence cutting across BLM land with public lands on both sides might not be a barrier for, someone who has full use of all their limbs, but what about someone who doesn't? So I think that's where it could get interesting. It's opening up a whole new frontier in terms of these debates over access and what constitutes access and what is fair and what is not. So,
or even land management agencies like the Forest Service have a wilderness area where you can't ride a bike. Now, could you take that in there? This outrider.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or, the dividing line between, pedal power bikes, the kind of bikes that, old codgers like you and I grew up with versus these fancy newfangled e-bikes.
That are motorcycles.
There's different classes of those, but you're right. Some of those are essentially little mini bikes, and the Forest Service and other agencies have been wrestling with that. We say, "Oh, this trail is open to bicycles." Does that mean it's open to an e-bike that can, go 30 miles an hour up a 6% grade? So, technology is, the old saying, the solution creates new problems.
Yeah, yeah. Well, Gerald Gay's got himself an all-terrain, really rigged out electric wheelchair. It's made by Outrider, company of North Carolina. The Outrider Coyote is pretty. It looks rugged as heck. I love it. I want one just to spare me from walking.
It's opened up a whole bunch of new horizons for him, and I'm sure there's a lot of other folks out there that are able to do things that it weren't feasible for them previously. So, that's cool. Yeah.
Great story from Mark Hines. All of them good. Hey, thanks, Mark.
Hey, thank you. You have a good one, Jake.
You too.
Bye.
Mark Hines, Cowboy State Daily. Why captive animals can't be used in world records for official hunting records. Boone and Crockett Club says that's not fair, and that makes perfect sense. Hunting wolves. What side of the actual border are they on? Is that wolf standing in Yellowstone National Park where it cannot be legally shot and harvested? Or is that wolf standing a few yards on the wrong side of the border and maybe shot in Montana where it's legal, part of hunting season? Continues to be an issue, raised again over a wolf kill incident. Junction Butte Pack wolf killed, being investigated as poaching, and it could be a matter of mere yards on where it was shot. For 99 years, it's been illegal to mail a handgun. That could soon change. Last week, U.S. Department of Justice opinion could change a 1927 law banning the practice of mailing guns. Gerald Gay's electric wheelchair is a Outrider Coyote. It's changed his life. And U.S. Congresswoman Harriet Hageman is petitioning Fish and Wildlife Director Brian Nesvik, after all, those two are buddies from Wyoming days, to please delist the grizzly bear. They're eating all the hunters in Wyoming. Nesvik said that's the plan, but I don't think it could happen sooner than 2 years from now. Mark Hines has all these stories and more. Let's take a break. Coming right back.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours.
Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom. We're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
All right, let's get back at it. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday. That means Kevin Meyer is with us. And if you didn't know, we'll tell you now. Kevin is the only Wyoming cowboy to be undressed by Grok. And then the AI app quickly put his clothes back on after numerous complaints. Oh man, I should make fun. Some people are. Grok is, I don't know. You have to be in on the joke, I guess. But Grok, the AI application that belongs to, is that a Musk thing? Is that Elon?
I think it is, because the only place I ever see it is on X.
Okay. Yes, I think that is a. Grok is it's not going to say who it belongs to, because the AI, it is Elon Musk X Grok powered algorithm. Apparently people have been asking Grok to take if there's a photo of a young lady wearing a bikini, you can say, Grok, what does she look like if I take away the bikini? Grok will do it for you, even if she's 14 years old. And Elon's been trying to backpedal out of that. So just catch you up on news of the day.
Yeah, it's really interesting what sort of fads take over the internet now, the social medias, the everything else. And some of them just have absolutely no sense to them at all. Well, 99% of them make no sense. But luckily, we are now living where everyone has about 12 seconds of intention about things that we'll be on to the next stupid fad here in a day or two.
Yeah, we'll be moving on. I mean, it's no surprise mankind is gifted a piece of technology, handed down from the gods. Here's a magic Grok. It can do this and this and this. It can be for the betterment of mankind. Of course, we'll use it for something dumb. We'll use it for the dumbest thing. Here's the cure for cancer. We'll use it for,
Yeah, here's this little device you carry in your pocket, and it has all the knowledge that has ever existed in mankind. And 90% of the people use it to play Angry Birds while they're sitting on the toilet.
Yeah. Apple, by the way, is introducing a special new iPhone for your other hand. It isn't going to have, because your other hand is doing nothing. Everybody's walking around like this with your iPhone, and the other hand is just sitting there. It's totally being underused, according to Apple, as they introduce the iPhone 17B for your other hand?
Well, first off, that means the new phone I just got is going to stop working since they're introducing a new one. Number two, I actually am a little bit for this because now it's going to even out the thumb mass on everybody, because I think I fear that everyone's right thumb is probably getting a little bit bigger and bulkier, so we need to remain symmetrical.
Yeah. Oh, I thought you were talking the fingerprint thing. Think about how much your computer knows about you. It does the face scan, it does the fingerprint thing for it to even come on. It knows everything about me, the computer, everything it needs to know. It's pretty scary.
Yeah, but I think you and I are probably the same in that even our phone and its microchips is going, golly, this guy's boring.
Yeah, now that I've learned everything about this human, what an idiot he is. All right, well, I want to talk about a little bit about football, a little bit about ivermectin. Those two things, of course, go hand in hand. A little bit about cows. So, yeah, get ready.
Okay, here we go.
Did you see the college football game last night?
I watched the second half. Yep, I sure did.
Oh, well, we should have combined forces because I watched the first half and then fell asleep. I bet Cowboy State Daily Mac Watson news person, I gave him 10 points like an idiot. I mean, the spread was 7.5 at kick, I think, something like that. I said, I'll take Indiana. I'll give you 10 because Indiana wins this easy. So it's 10-0 in the first quarter, and I go to bed. I'm like, this is wrapped up. And they almost blew it. But they
did,
won.
yeah. That second half was pretty competitive, and that was kind of a slugfest. Both teams, those were really good teams.
Yeah,
and they, what was funny is their defenses kind of stood up when they needed to, and then the offenses stood up when they needed to. And Cignetti, he ain't afraid, man. They had that chance to kick that field goal at the end to go up, and they had 4th and 5, and he said, no, we're going for it. And that was a gutsy call.
That was a big call, and the coach, who never smiles, was smiling at the end. Finally said he was looking forward to cracking a beer and celebrating Indiana's win. Wow, the Hoosiers beat them Canes, and it was close. So technically, Mac won our bet because Indiana didn't win by enough. Did you see my Bills, your Bills? Oh, that loss and then the firing of the coach. What do you think about that?
Well, I did watch the game, and that I'm still not exactly sure on that call on the interception.
I know.
They said that the receiver caught the ball but didn't make a football move. Well, isn't being tackled a football move?
Yeah.
Back when I was playing, it sure felt like a football move.
Yeah, when a safety pounds you into the turf, that's a football move enough for me. Yeah. That's ridiculous. That whole, and it's a shame that that's all we can say of what was like one of the greatest playoff games of all time, except if you're a Bills fan. That's all anyone can talk about is one play, one ref ruling. I was just surprised by how fast. We've seen the most minuscule. Did this guy tiptoe out of bounds like a blade of grass? And we get it from 8 different angles. And we have to sit through 10 beer commercials while the NFL's looking at it. And when they come back to live action, we're still looking at it. And this play received like 5 seconds of examination. Oh, we're done. It's an interception.
Yeah.
And coach he couldn't throw a red flag, so he calls a timeout, just like, please look at it, guys. This is.
And as to the coach, I really like that guy. I think he's a really good coach. I think he's a really good guy from everything that you hear. I have some friends up there in Western New York, and everybody really likes him. However, and really, I think the locals are a little bit more upset with the general manager who got a promotion out of this deal. However, I will say this about the firing of the coach. There is a pattern in a billion-dollar business that he could get them into the playoffs. He could go deep in the playoffs, but he could never win the close game. And that's just a pattern that when you're talking that kind of money and the sands through the hourglass are starting to slip away on Josh Allen's career.
Yeah.
You know, I know he's only 30 years old, and now quarterbacks play till they're 40. It wasn't very long ago that at 35, 36, a quarterback was done.
Yeah.
So I think they felt like they had to do something to stir it up. And I always think back, all of us that grew up as Broncos fans, we went to 3 Super Bowls with John Elway and Dan Reeves and got just mollywopped. And then they changed the coach. Mike Shanahan comes in. Bada bing, bada boom, we win a couple Super Bowls. So sometimes just having a fresh start, fresh set of eyes, hopefully they can find somebody good. That's the problem this year with 9 openings in the NFL.
Yeah.
Is there going to be enough good coaches to go around, or are we going to end up with, something worse?
There's going to be a lot of first-time head coaches. There has to be, because there isn't enough pool of coaches out of work to cover how many job openings there are. Incredible amount. I like Sean McDermott. I think he took the Bills as far as he could take them. And there were game mismanagements, not necessarily in this past one. I think he called a good game. I like certain, 4th and whatever, when he chooses to punt, field goal, or go for it. But he's had time mismanagement. He's had other issues in close games. I think he took them as far as he could go. And I also think he may be one of those coaches that's too well liked by his players. And you probably know, Kevin, you can be a coach's coach, a player's coach, and you can be friends with the players. And I saw a lot of McDermott on the sidelines clapping encouragement to these guys when they failed. And I kind of got sick of that move, when he would be he was trying to keep their spirits up. But this is not 10-year-olds playing Pop Warner football. This is guys who need more of the hands on the hips when they come off the field. Like, what are you thinking? What are you doing out there?
Well, and you look at the history of football, you look like at a Bill Parcells, a Bill Belichick. The players didn't necessarily like those guys until after they were done playing. And then they give those coaches a lot of credit for their success. But during the time that they were playing, they hated those guys. They were scared to go to the sidelines, but they were also scared to let the coach down. And I think there is somewhere in there's a gray area of healthy fear of the coach.
Yeah, I think they need more of a guy like that, less of a rah-rah coach, more of a, he's going to get on you if you need someone to get on you. And I think the timing, a lot of people shocked by the firing and the Bean promotion, the GM. And I think all these things indicate, and I will give credit to the wife because she thought of it first. She said they have had their eyes on Brian Daboll the whole time. I think it's pointless for anyone else to interview for the job. The Bills will announce Brian Daboll as their next head coach. I can almost guarantee it. I think they wanted him when he was the offensive coordinator. And at the time, you couldn't possibly tell Sean McDermott goodbye. We're replacing with a guy who's never worn the headset, who's never been a head coach. That wouldn't have went over well with the fan base. I think they had to watch him get away to the New York Giants, watch him fail there. Now he's battle tested as a head coach. He just so happens to have room and recently fired by the Giants. I think the intention, and he's super friendly with Josh Allen, and Josh Allen will have to sign off on any head coach deal. And he gets along with Bean and the ownership, Pagula. I mean, he checks all the boxes. I think Daboll's been the guy since before he left the organization. They had their eyes on him as head coach.
I completely agree with that. And that was the first name that came to my mind, was that he's available. He was going to go interview with the Philadelphia Eagles to be an OC, but I can totally see that. And one other thing that came out in that game is that the national pressure got to Josh. Josh went back to his kind of wild and woolly days when he was playing for the Cowboys and he could get away with a lot of that stuff. I think he put too much pressure on himself. He listened to too many of the national voices talking about this. This has to be Josh's year. It has to be his year. And yeah, so hopefully a coach will come in there and maybe help him manage that pressure, because that pressure is not going away next year.
Yeah, and the pressure brought in part by Brandon Beane, is the guy who's supposed to get Josh his helpers, other players. It can't be all him, and the feeling that it's all him causes him to do dumb things like try to do it all himself. He needs help on that team, and that's Beane's job. Yeah, and I think also Brandon Beane, I think all along Beane preferred Dable over McDermott, but he could never do anything about it. McDermott had a great amount of power as head coach, and that was the reason Beane got elevated and got a promotion. A lot of people are like, what the heck? Brandon Beane's the problem. He hasn't got us the players. Brandon Beane has some success stories. He has brought guys to the team. He's had some swing and misses on draft picks, but that's not all him. That's scouts. I think giving Beane the power to say yes and no over a lot of things where McDermott had yes and no powers, I think that'll help. But anyway.
Well, and in the end, it'll help in that if they don't do well under the new system of Beane having all the power, they'll know exactly who to blame. Because right now, with the split powers, there can be a lot of finger pointing. However, I'm going to come up with the silver lining of this gray cloud of Josh and the Bills' loss. They were limping into the playoffs. They were limping through the playoffs.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you watched any of that Seattle 49er game. That was setting up to be, even if Buffalo somehow magically made it to the big game, I think it was going to be more heartbreak for the good people of Western New York.
Yeah, Seattle defense, the Denver defense. Defense wins championships, and those teams had defense. And the Bills' defense, even when healthy, is horrendous. When injured, it's even worse than that. Did you see? I did see Bo Nix. I couldn't believe he got hurt on the play he got hurt on, where he broke his ankle and was walking. But then I went back, and you can see on the internet slow motion, and Nick's walking. He's limping, and then he's on the sidelines, and he feels the pain, and he tries to hop, and he's like, oh, that was a bad idea. He was hurt.
And I heard on Sports Talk Radio yesterday that this is the third time he's had that exact same injury.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he had it once in high school and he had it once in college. So that would explain his demeanor around it, because he knew exactly what it was and exactly what it meant. Because if that was the first time it ever happened, and he's not limping that bad, he is limping.
Right.
But if a guy might think he just sprained his ankle or just twisted it or whatever, but he knew exactly what it meant, and he knew that it meant surgery.
Yeah, that makes sense now. So, one more. I don't want to. I can't even do the Bills anymore. That interception that was not an interception. That wasn't the play that the game swung on, in my opinion. It was giving 3 points to Denver at the end of the first half by not taking a knee. I mean, that's a McDermott call. I don't care if Brady, the OC up there, says we can maybe do something. With 16 seconds left in the ball, your own 30 or 20, whatever, and you call Josh Allen, just run around and try to do something. And he feels like a ball flies out of his hands. Like, dude, that's when McDermott on the headset, when he hears that play, Josh, just do something on the playground. That's when McDermott has to say, take a knee, and we'll live another day.
And is part of that play call, and Josh, make sure that you carry the ball like a loaf of bread.
Yeah, he's like swinging it around. It's probably on the last page of the playbook, or heaven forbid it's on the first page of the playbook. Josh, run around and do stuff with the ball like this. I swear that play is in the playbook, and Brady goes to it way too often. He's like, Josh, you know that play? You know, in the headset, Josh can hear Josh, do the play where you run around. Do that one. Josh is like, what should I tell my linemen and the running back and the receivers to do? He's like, doesn't matter. They're not part of this play. Run around with the ball like a wild man. Do that play.
Yeah.
Bad idea.
Exactly. It worked once, so let's just keep running it.
Kevin, you've pushed cows. You know they're super smart. How now, brown cow? Veronica, first cow observed to use a tool. National Geographic is all agog over Veronica, the brown cow that picked up a rake in her mouth and scratched her belly with it. That's tool use, and that's considered a sign of intelligence in animals. Who knew cows were so smart?
Well, I would like to be the first to say I welcome our new bovine overlords. Because, you know, it's a very small step from using a rake to scratch your belly to being in charge of all the AI in this world.
Yeah.
I think our time has come. This is the revolution. The cows are going to take over.
Yeah, mankind, we've gone as far as we can go.
We had a good run.
We had a good run. The greatest ideas from the greatest minds we have, all we could think to do is take the clothes off of photographs of 14-year-olds using AI. All right, it's time to put a period on that sentence. We're done, and turn the earth over to cows.
Yep, back it up. Back it up. We're good.
Veronica, a cow living in Austria, was noted picking up a rake and scratching that itch. It was hard to get to. I mean, you and I have seen cows do their thing. Veronica, it must be an extra special cow, because every cow I see, man, they are not real smart.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see how that came to be, because, you know, that wasn't her first try. She didn't just accidentally do it her first try. There had to be a little bit of trial and error that went into that exercise.
And this should be a note to Austrian farmers and ranchers. Careful what you leave laying around. Veronica make use of a rake. I wouldn't leave your lever action shotgun sitting around.
Yeah.
Jeez. Next thing you know, that cow will take over.
Yeah, the next milking time might be a bit of an adventure for that farmer.
Yeah, anything else in the news that's caught your eye before we move on?
Well, you were talking about the shark attacks in Australia, and it reminded me of a time that I was in Florida, and I met a guy that made undersea, deep sea movies, kind of like Jacques Cousteau and whatnot.
Yeah.
And he invited me out, and he said, yeah, why don't you come diving with us? And I said, I don't go anywhere where I'm not the top rung on the food chain. And he said, well, you're not even part of the food chain. If a shark were to eat you, it would be like you eating a bucket of popcorn and accidentally eating a packing peanut. To which I answered, brother, that doesn't make me any less dead.
Yeah. That doesn't settle me either. The shark would not consider you food, yet, yeah, you're still all eaten up. Good point, Kevin. Wise advice from a guy who's only half as smart as Veronica, the brown cow, and certainly not near as smart as your average border collie. Farm dog of the year, Max, 4-year-old border collie, according to Western Ag Network.
You bet, of course.
Those flying skunks, they are smart. Thanks, Kevin.
Take care, my friend.
Have a good Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily Show moving on, carrying on. We got more coming. Other guests. Renee Jean's going to be here, and Tam DeRudder Jackson. You don't want to miss that. Romance novelist. She writes those steamy kind of romances where on the cover of the books, you know, who's the dude with the hair that used to be on all the covers with his bare chest? I can't remember. Somebody tell me on Facebook. I'll go find him again. He was on every cover of every book. I'll think of it. That's the kind of books Tam DeRudder Jackson writes, and fans can't get enough. Readers can't get enough. She's got a brand new book coming out end of the month, another one next summer, and people are already wondering, where is that book? Pre-order now. Tam DeRudder Jackson will be on the show later. We'll do all that after we take this quick break.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
The guy I was trying to think of is Fabio. Fabio was on the cover of all those romance novels back in, was that as long ago as the 90s? Yeah. The famous Fabio romance covers of the 1980s and 90s. Corny, sexy, an oiled up Fabio's chest was on like every romance novel in the 80s and 90s. How many book covers is Fabio on? It's the most asked question on the Googler. Answer: 466 or more. Holy cow. One guy, I mean, talk about being stereotyped. I'm trying to think like what actor has been so stereotyped that that's the only thing he or she could ever do after that. And it is a danger. If your first big role is on a successful TV sitcom, maybe that you were lucky to get the job when you got it, and then after a couple, 3 years and it's still going, and you think, oh man, this is all I'm ever going to be known as. It's hard to bust out of that. I mean, what's his face did it from The Office. The guy who played Jim, he's now in an action movie career. He's sort of done it, but there are certain actors you'll always see and know them as that character on that TV show. Fabio, what could he possibly do other than pose for a romance novel book cover? I mean, he was like a one-trick pony, but he did that trick 466 times. The Italian-American actor, fashion model, Lanzoni, his real name, Fabio Lanzoni. Anyway, I thought of him because we're having Tam DeRudder Jackson on, who does similar-ish romance novels where you see men's bare chest on the cover often. Hey, it sells. And so does Tam's writing. I read a little bit of her stuff. She's super popular. She'll be on the show next hour. Ranking chain pizzas. I want to do that. This is from Delish magazine. Also, a lot of Cowboy State Daily stories that we have not got to still over the weekend that I want to track down, including solar flares, solar surges heading to Earth. It means real pretty auroras, but it also means probably electronic grid disruptions using your device, your phone, what I'm doing right now. If you see suddenly some static, I mean, in the old days, it used to be like static, right?
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
Whoops, I didn't mean to click on that. I was trying to click on actual static, like this. Yeah, that's what opens our show every morning. There's static, there's disruptions to the grid that are a probability as one of the strongest solar surges is heading to Earth and to Wyoming. One of the strongest in 20 years. It's a G4, right? When you're measuring those, we only go as high as G5. G5 would destroy the internet, probably. The scale peaks at G5, so a G4 is pretty significant, considered a severe geomagnetic storm, and that's for yesterday and today. The National Oceanic Atmospheric Administration's Space Weather Prediction Center. I didn't know there was such a thing. That sounds like a job for Don Day. Don has gone as far as he can go with weather forecasting in Wyoming. I mean, at this point, Don's been doing it for so long and so well that forecasting weather in Wyoming's he could do that in his sleep. His real calling, the true calling for Don Day, is forecasting space weather because he does love space. He loves balloons and space. And Don should get a job with the Space Weather Prediction Center. Sounds like his jam. I'm going to suggest it. In fact, I'll go ahead and mail his LinkedIn page to the Space Weather Prediction Center. I'll try to get Don a new job. And then maybe when he comes on tomorrow, I can say, Don, I mailed your resume to NOAA, and they're very interested in you predicting space weather. He would be happy for that. So, yeah, expect to see some auroras tonight, I imagine. Last night, did anybody see? I didn't see a whole lot of photos. Usually you can tell that it was a Northern Lights kind of night by Facebook. I mean, it's one of the more popular reasons to have Facebook, other than the cat videos, which are great. You really get an idea of what you missed last night when people share their photos of the Aurora Borealis. Casper Planet's story of one of the better internet pranks we've seen already to start the new year. I had Justin Hathaway on. He's the guy behind Casper Planet, the satirical news site. Casper Planet's story recently, I think it was just a couple days old now, is already his biggest story of the year, 2026, concerning snow accumulating. Wyoming's wind-blown snow has caused Devil's Tower to be covered with snow like it never has been historically. Big feet of snow on top of Devil's Tower. He's got an AI-generated, cooked-up photograph. Of course, the story's all for fun. It's all fake, but it's the responses he's gotten of people who just don't know it's real is very funny. Funny stuff. Anyway, the big solar surge is heading our way yesterday, today. Have not heard of any huge disruptions to electronic devices and stuff like that. And I have not also seen any cool photos of the auroras. And usually that's the first thing you'll notice when you wake up and look at Facebook. Everybody's sharing their photo. You're like, ooh, did you see it last night? Back to Delish magazine, the most affordable pizza chains. Most affordable, but the best rated. Most affordable pizza chains in America might surprise you. Affordable and rated real good tasting. Top 8. Coming in at 8, Papa John's. I like Papa John's. They're good. I just can't hardly ever get them. Michigan-based Jet Pizza made the list at number 7. Domino's, affordable and delish and super popular with more than 15,000 locations in 83 countries. Domino's comes in at number 6. Hungry Howie's, never heard of it. It's big in Georgia, though. Come in at number 4. Marco's Pizza, the Ohio-based pizza chain, came in at number 3. Sam's Club, number 2, and Little Caesars made the list as the most affordable, delicious pizza. Little Caesars, number 1. Delish magazine had the scoop on the best pizzeria chains in the U.S. We're Cowboy State Daily. That's going to do it for this hour. We got to get out of the way for news. We'll see you on the other side of that. Thanks for hanging out with us this Tuesday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Another wolf from Yellowstone National Park's famous Junction Butte pack killed in Montana is being investigated as a poaching. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that this incident once again raises questions over wolf hunting near the park.
But this flows into a larger issue of this argument that's been going on for a long time. Should these wolf hunts be allowed right outside of Yellowstone? You step outside the park boundary and the wolves are in a hunt area where they can legally be shot. And some people are saying, especially with the Junction Butte pack, because they're so popular, they have people around them all the time, they really don't have that fear of people. It's too much of a slam dunk for hunters.
Wolf advocates argue that the Junction Butte wolves are so acclimated to crowds they don't fear humans, making them easy targets when they venture outside the park. The Hoskinson Health and Wellness Clinic in Gillette is cutting 40 jobs. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the clinic also is dialing back on expenses.
The family is saying that they plan to continue, but they need to get their expenses in line with their revenues to make the project sustainable long term. They are cutting 40 positions. This time, and they're going to consolidate some of these things in with other departments, kind of restructuring. So that kind of my impression is they intend for there to be continuity of care for people. Just because a particular practice is going away doesn't necessarily mean people won't be able to get care.
So far, Charles Hoskinson has put $250 million into the health care center without taking government grants or loans. I'll be back with more news from Cowboy State Daily's News Center right after this. WYDOT wants to remind you, with weight-based wind restrictions, Wyoming winds can create hazards for all types of vehicles, especially light, high-profile vehicles like box trucks, recreation vehicles, semi-tractor trailers, horse trailers, and others. Know your gross vehicle weight and heed the advisories and closures. Your GPS might be wrong when it comes to the passability of alternate routes. When an interstate or highway is closed due to winter conditions, neighboring roads are potentially just as bad, if not worse. Download the Wyoming 511 app for hands-free information on your mobile device. This reminder from the Wyoming Department of Transportation.
Do you know it's illegal to dig or excavate without knowing what's below? This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. We will be hosting workshops around the state to educate homeowners, realtors, landscapers, underground facility owners, and excavators on the state law, industry best practices when it comes to planting a tree, building a fence, or any other excavation project you have planned. Join us for a free breakfast, get your questions answered, and learn how One Call of Wyoming is here to help. Go to onecallofwyoming.com and register today.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Images of elk and deer with freakishly huge antlers touted as a new world record frequently pop up on social media. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that the highly respected Boone and Crockett Club say those are probably captive animals that can't make the official record books.
The Boone and Crockett Club, they came out with a statement just reminding people that animals that are raised or kept in captivity or fed supplements, things like that, do not count for the record books. It has to be a legitimately free-range, wild animal that is hunted fair chase. You can't go into an elk ranch and shoot one in an enclosure and try to enter that into our record books.
Mike Opitz, vice president of the B&C's Big Game Records Committee, tells Cowboy State Daily that the press release wasn't issued to address a specific surge in people trying to fudge the rules. Wyomingites could see the first colorful auroras of the year this week. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that a massive surge of solar energy has reached Earth's atmosphere.
A G4 severe geomagnetic storm watch was issued by the Space Weather Prediction Center on Sunday after a massive coronal mass ejection was detected coming off the surface of the sun and hurtling towards Earth, and it reached here in less than a day. According to the Space Weather Prediction Center, G4 geomagnetic storms are very rare, and the scale goes from G1 to G5, but we've had several of these over the last couple of years. The last G4 storm was in November of last year, and that was one of the best auroras that a lot of photographers I spoke to say they had ever seen in Wyoming.
The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration's Space Weather Prediction Center issued a G4 geomagnetic storm watch. For reference on how intense that is, the scale peaks at G5, which means this is a particularly powerful CME. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/act now.
are back. Sorry, I was taking care of some business. Renee Jean's gonna bail on us this morning. Oh, Renee's got some really good stories we're gonna talk about, but she is currently on a tour of Terra Power, so that's pretty exciting. I'll trade that for a Renee Jean appearance to read a future story about her tour through Terra Power, Bill Gates' unique nuclear facility in Kemmer, Wyoming. So we know where Renee is. She's in Uintah County. And I can't wait to read more about that. So this will be a good opportunity to get this day in history out the way. We have not been able to get to that. We have been loaded with guests this morning, which is always a good thing. This day in history, January 20th. These things happen. We had a ton of presidents inaugurated on this day, January 20th, obviously. So we won't waste too much time with that, other than to note it's today in 1941, the third inauguration of Franklin D. Roosevelt, back when presidents could go on forever. And now term limited at 2 times, unless you want to change the Constitution. This day, 1868, Vigilance Committee hangs Charles Martin and Charles Morgan in Cheyenne. We've talked about this committee, the Vigilance Committee, an official posse, really, that took care of justice in Cheyenne, Wyoming in 1868. Charles and Charles were both hung this day by that Vigilance Committee, Martin and Morgan, in Cheyenne, Wyoming. 1891, John B. Kendrick married Eula Wolfson on this day, 1891. 1913, a riot breaks out in the Wyoming legislature. Oh, the good old days. Could we repeat history in this coming February? If any year could be the year where we do it, where if I say, this day in 1913, a riot broke out in the Wyoming legislature, could that ever happen again with the orderly way we do politics today? Maybe not until the year 2026. We'll see next month. Will a riot break out? History be repeated? This day in 1917, that same rowdy, rioting legislature did manage to get down to business and pass an act for a constitutional amendment that would allow Wyomingites to vote on prohibition. Prohibition, all the way back 1917, that was considered. 1920, Bert Cole, who was the pilot in the incident that we just talked about back on January 14th. It was the first female to be killed in an air accident. That was Maud Toomey. Back on January 14th, I shared the memorial that's still in existence today in Wyoming on the site where that plane crashed. Maud Toomey became the first woman killed in an air accident, 1920, on January 14th. And then it was the pilot, Bert Cole, who survived the accident. And not only survived, but 6 days later, today, January 20th, Bert Cole was already back in the air piloting for yet another stunt. Bert Cole was one of the early aviators in Wyoming and would often perform stunt flying for spectators. He was back at it 6 days after Maud Toomey and his crash. Maud Toomey's death and his crash. 1928, this day, fire destroyed a St. Stephen's Mission building on the Wind River Indian Reservation. today, 1937, the second inauguration of Franklin D. Roosevelt, and the third, as we said, 4 years later, 1941. This day, 1944, Marjorie Woodworth and Paul Kelly, both motion picture actors, appeared at the University of Wyoming to open the Fourth War Loan Drive. I did look them up to see just how big a deal they were in the day. And Marjorie Woodworth was a pretty successful actress back in the day of the 1940s, one of the many bottle blonde pinups of the era. She was in several motion pictures: Broadway Limited, Niagara Falls, Flying with Music, Yanks Ahoy, Brooklyn Orchid. And then the other dude, Paul Kelly, was pretty famous in his own right back in the day. He was in several movies. So, yeah, they were two Hollywood celebs, maybe B-listers of the day, but they appeared at University of Wyoming this day, 1944, to open the Fourth War Loan Drive. 1954, this day, an earthquake in southwestern Wyoming felt throughout the Albany County region. That's 1954. And finally, on this day, January 20th, 1961, South Pass, Independence Rock, and Horner site were designated as National Historic Landmarks. All these things happen on this day, January 20th. It's time to rodeo with the Western Ag Network.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Road Show. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network. Good to have you along. I just watched Sam Peterson win the bareback riding title at the Montana Pro Rodeo Circuit Finals. Well, we watched him win the average title. The title is champion of the National Finals Rodeo in the bareback riding as well. He went to his very first NFR. Helena, Montana's Sam Peterson finishes number 2 in the world. We'll chat with him coming up.
Feeding through winter shouldn't feel like guesswork. Smart Lick tubs make sure your herd gets the protein they need every day, no matter the weather. Reliable intake, proven performance, peace of mind for you. It's not about working harder, it's about feeding smarter. Feed Smart Lick protein tubs for consistent nutrition and confident performance. Go to smartlick.com. That's smartlic.com to find your dealer.
Ranchers join Little Goose Ranch on January 24th at Buffalo Livestock, Buffalo, Wyoming for their 9th annual production sale. This year offering 64 bulls plus 23 replacement heifers. Little Goose Ranch focuses on docile cattle with excellent maternal merit and vigorous calf performance. And this year's set of bulls feature genetics from Ellington Statement, Coleman Charlo, SAV certified, and others. Sale time is 1 o'clock. View and bid live on Northern Livestock Video. For catalog and more information, visit littlegooseranch.com.
You win the National NFR Champion Bareback Rider. That's got to sound pretty good. That's a title you'll have forever, Sam. Talk about you were the best bareback rider for 10 days in Las Vegas, and the competition is unbelievable. But just talk about that new title you have.
Yeah, I really didn't expect anything less from myself going to the NFR. I fell short of my goal the last 2 years of making the NFR, and this last year I just kind of changed my mentality. I wasn't rodeoing to make the NFR. I was rodeoing to win a world championship, and I felt like just kind of. My riding became a whole lot more consistent. I capitalized on most every opportunity I had with every good horse I drew. So my mindset was going into the NFR was to just take every round one at a time, ride every horse for what it was, spur it 2 jumps after the whistle, make sure there's no flaw in my riding.
Sam Peterson finished number 2 in the world behind Rocker Steiner. Our guest on the Rodeo Road Show, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Back to the studio. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Western Ag Network, for getting us caught up on all things rodeo. We're going to sneak a quick break in here, and we'll be back with Tam DeRudder Jackson, the romance novelist based in Cody. And we'll talk about all the latest, including 2 new books on the way right after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason. Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
That feels like a Tuesday morning sound bet. Just light and airy. I'm seeing breaking news in college football, if you follow college football at all. Indiana just won the championship, college football championship, and no sooner than their backup quarterback said he's hitting the transfer portal. He wants out of Indiana. Perhaps he's not getting enough playing time. He's the younger brother of the quarterback. And after all, that's how Indiana built their team, through the transfer portal. The portal's closed to all players except those on Miami and Indiana, because they just played last night. So Indiana's Alberto Mendoza, younger brother of Fernando Mendoza, who won the Heisman Trophy and won the championship last night. His older brother is a junior. Still don't know whether he's going to come back for his senior year or enter the NFL draft. I would have to think he's going to hang around for another year. And that's why younger brother Alberto wants out. He's thinking, I'm never going to get any playing time behind my older brother, always in the shadow of my older brother, Fernando. So Alberto Mendoza, the backup at Indiana, live by the portal, die by the portal. The future of quarterback for the Hoosiers is not going to be the next Mendoza, as Alberto wants out. Interesting. Yeah, I know. I just hate the whole transfer portal thing. And that's just one of the many reasons why, honestly. Wyoming lawmaker unveils a bill to make ivermectin over the counter. Ivermectin is the dewormer that became super popular during COVID. You heard about people. There were just such rumors about what could work and what didn't work. And people who had COVID said, oh, yeah, just take a little ivermectin and you'll be all set. And it sounded crazy. Ivermectin is what you use to get rid of worms in horses and cows. And the Biden administration and Anthony Fauci said, yeah, don't do that. That's stupid. That's for animals. And the Biden administration said, you are not a horse. You are not a cow. Serious, y'all. Stop it. But there was evidence it worked. And doctors were afraid to come out and say, yeah, I did prescribe it because it actually works. There's some evidence that it can reduce tumors in the body. After all, this thing looks for parasites and destroys them. Ivermectin does. Now, I'm not a doctor, but that's what I understand it does. At least 4 states so far have allowed the sale of ivermectin over the counter. Those are Tennessee, Arkansas, Idaho, and Louisiana. You can just buy ivermectin. Currently, you need a prescription from a doctor, not a vet, to get ivermectin. But if you go to any rancher, he's certainly got some ivermectin hanging around for his livestock. A group of doctors, by the way, sued federal agencies back in 2022 and won the lawsuit. The lawsuit that blocked them from prescribing ivermectin. The FDA ended up settling in 2024. So, does ivermectin work for, let's say, COVID or stuff like COVID? The jury's still out. Some doctors say that's reckless. There's side effects. There's no way people should be taking that without a prescription, if at all. And other doctors say, yeah, I would like to be able to write these. I do write these prescriptions. I'd like to do it without accusations. I'd like to do it without being vilified. And ivermectin could help people without me having to write a prescription. Representative Gary Brown, Republican, Cheyenne, this month unveiled House Bill 13, which would allow people in Wyoming to buy ivermectin without a prescription. Interesting. Used in most cases, obviously, as we said, as a dewormer, became embroiled in controversy during the pandemic of COVID-19, but no denying that some people have used it to effectiveness. So, yeah, could you get it without a prescription? The movement's underway. This is a non-budget item, so if House Bill 13, is that what I said it was? House Bill 13, yeah, if that does make it to a vote of the floor of the Senate and the House this next month, it would have to have a 2/3 majority vote. Instead of just the majority, it would need the supermajority as it's coming up in a budget session. So it's a non-budget thing. Speaking of budgeting, Hoskin Clinic and Gillette could use somebody who's a little more savvy in writing a budget. The Hoskinson Clinic in Gillette recently laid off 40 employees, saying we grew too fast. That's like kind of a basic of business is, growth. You don't make hires until you need hires, but Hoskinson might have got a little bit out ahead of itself. And a stark reality, co-founder William Hoskinson wrote in a social media post recently, said a stark reality is that we may have gotten a little bit ahead of ourselves. The second round of layoffs at the clinic, and now includes 40 of the latest. That follows a layoff late last year where 136 people from a construction company the Hoskinsons had formed to try to keep costs down for their building projects. So, the Hoskinson, the clinic is really cool. The health and wellness clinic. Renee Jean took a tour of that clinic and had nothing but rave reviews to say about it. You can read the story from Renee in the Cowboy State Daily, but maybe it is too much too soon because the layoffs are coming and you just haven't matched revenue with expenses. That's a basic spreadsheet thing, right? Any budgeter, any CPA can tell you that. You got to have money coming in before you send money out. So cuts, layoffs at Hoskinson. Maybe the future of the health and wellness clinic is bright, and maybe this could be a real benefit to the community. Hoskinson's is in Gillette, by the way. Maybe the future is bright, but the future right now is can't pay for it, can't pay the bills really. So layoffs. Renee Jean has that story. Renee would be in that time slot early in this hour, but she is currently touring Terra Power, which is exciting to be able to get a tour through that facility. Hopefully it'll be up and running, Terra Power and Kemmer, by the year 2030 in a race with NASA to provide nuclear power. NASA is building a nuclear reactor on the moon, if you can believe anything from the Trump administration, who says he will have Greenland sooner or later. That's still the talk. President Trump said yesterday, we've come too far to turn back now. He wants Greenland. And the other talk from the NASA administration is there are plans to put a nuclear reactor, nuclear power on the moon and have it operational by the year 2030. I think Bill Gates is going to beat you to it, astronauts, but we'll see how that all plays out. What else is happening? I don't know where Tam is. Mac, do you know where Tam is? If Mac is listening. We don't have our author in the Zoom room as far as I can tell. I'm going to make sure I'm not doing anything wrong, which is often the case. But no. All right. We'll wait for Tam. She might be a little late. Maybe working on the final chapter of her new book. President Trump's demands to take over Greenland are the talk of this week's World Economic Forum going on in Davos, Switzerland, where Trump had warnings for Switzerland and for all the Nordic countries, and for, in fact, all of Europe was put on notice. Trump says, I am going to get Greenland. He said, there is no going back. He wrote on social media about the effort to snatch up Greenland and make it part of the U.S. In fact, there's a meme created by himself, Trump, of planting the U.S. flag in Greenland. We'll see. The Trump administration also busy deporting Cubans from Florida in record numbers. That's in the news today. And President Trump also imposed a 200% tariff on French wine and champagne if Emmanuel Macron, French president, refuses an invitation to join his board to oversee the ceasefire in Gaza. His board that Trump created is called the Board of Peace. And presumably he's charging $1 billion in cash for permanent membership to that board. Golly, maybe President Macron just said that's too rich for my blood. I don't know, but if he doesn't join, Trump's going to hit French exports of wine and champagne to the U.S. with a 200% tariff. Buy your French wine while you can. Other international news, dozens of beaches in eastern Australia closed after 4 shark attacks in the past 48 hours. Australian officials are advising swim in the pool, not in the ocean, just not safe right now. And finally, in China, the birth rate has hit its lowest level since 1949, despite government efforts encouraging people to have more babies. In China, wasn't it the rule that they were limiting how many babies you could have not that long ago? Weren't you maxed out at like 1.5 or 1 or 2? I forget. I swear it was China that had a max on how many kids you could have. Now they're saying, well, you need to have more babies. We need more Chinese running around. And also, I know there's a real downer on girls. You know, if you have a girl, I think China considers it not even a human. They don't even count the girls. They want more boys, and so do families. And yeah, it's just, China's so weird. But they have hit their lowest level of birth rate since 1949. And the message from Chinese authorities is, hey, everybody, have more babies. Maybe they need to import some Marvin Gaye music or some... Who's the other dude that as soon as you hear him singing, you want to go into the bedroom and turn down the lights? Who is that guy? Disco. He's got one of my favorite disco songs of ever. Disco singer. Oh, man. Sometimes my brain cannot think of stuff. Not Quincy Jones. Oh, the internet's so stupid sometimes. Not Marvin Gaye, although he's right up there with his song. Wah, 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 wah. It's the other dude. Every song he sings is about doing it with somebody. Who am I thinking of? Facebook's? Please tell me. I just played this song 2 nights ago at the Cowboy Bar, and people 20-somethings, kids love this guy all of a sudden again. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to look at my DJ stuff. I can't play it because, his music's all copyrighted, but it will remind me of who we're talking about. Disco, Barry White. Barry White. Barry White's the guy I'm thinking of. You play any Barry White song over there in Beijing, and you'll have more babies than you know what to do with. As soon as you hear Barry White, you want to turn to the nearest woman and say, let's make a baby. Never going to give you up. I'm going to love you just a little longer. Oh, yeah. Barry White, man, will fix China's problem like that. I don't know where Tam DeRudder Jackson is. She's in Cody, so maybe there's a time difference between where I am and Cody, but I don't think so. When we come back, I'll tell you about a Seattle McDonald's nicknamed McStabby for all the stabbings they've had at it and what they've decided to do with the takeout. Also, the latest trend that airlines hate that you might know. It's called ski plaguing. We'll discuss both those things when we come back, right after these.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
See it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show Tuesday. I'm Jake. You know who you are, and we don't know where Tam is. You may have seen the listing in the Cowboy State Daily. You may have seen the listing on the MLS, I don't know, or wherever it was, but the 916,000-acre Pathfinder Ranches. I just drove through that or past it the other day. Some of it, it's extensive. We're talking about one of the more massive ranches in the United States. Nearly 1 million acres of it. Larger than the state of, you guessed it, Rhode Island. The Pathfinder Ranches listed sometime last year, kind of middle of the year, I think. Renee Jean told us about the listing. There's a buyer has been revealed. It's been sold, and the buyer is not erroneously rumored to be Ukrainian President Zelensky. Not him. The buyer has been revealed. We don't know the final price. We know the asking price, but we don't know what it was settled on. The buyer is Chris Robinson, CEO of the Salt Lake City-based Enzyme Group, LC. He's the mystery buyer. He's also the neighbor of the Pathfinder Ranches. He has property neighboring. So at the end of this deal, Chris Robinson could be the largest landholder in Wyoming, I would assume. I mean, by acreage, the property had been listed for almost $80 million, $79.5 million. It grabbed headlines for its size. Huge. conjured images of the fictional Yellowstone Dutton Ranch. This legacy holding Pathfinder Ranches did sell, and Renee Jean has the scoop on who the buyer is, and it's not Zelensky. The latest trend, the latest controversial flight hack, if you're a frequent traveler, you may have already been clued into this, and you may already be doing it, and it's infuriating airlines. It's called skip lagging. It allows travelers to save money on flights. Airlines don't care for it because it messes up their whole schedule, and it has planes flying with empty seats. Heaven forbid a plane should ever go anywhere with one seat empty. But this travel hack is being used by savvy travelers, and what it amounts to is getting off the plane at your layover city rather than continuing on to your final destination. You would buy a ticket. Let's give you an example. A flight from New York to Orlando. It might be $350. But a similar flight from New York to Dallas with a layover in Orlando might be $170. So if your intention of getting from New York to Orlando, you would buy a ticket for New York to Dallas and just not reboard the plane, not get on the next leg. You'd say, hey, thanks for getting me to Orlando. And it would be half the price. This aggravates the airlines because they can't do adequate planning for who's in what seat on what flight. But interesting idea. I like it. There's actually a website. Akhtar Zaman is this CEO of a company and a website that helps you find these hidden city flights. Skiplagged is actually a website you can go to, use a search engine that uses an algorithm that can find the cheapest flight for you, particularly looking at layovers and how that might be a cheaper way to fly to your final destination. Just might be your layover where you change planes. Interesting. Check out skiplagging.com to find out more. There's a Seattle-based McDonald's that's it's been marred by such violence there that it's nicknamed McStabbies for how many stabbing incidents they've had. It's on 3rd Ave and Pine Street, downtown Seattle. The restaurant has no dining space and now has no door. All this McDonald's has is a hatch where they shove the food at you and take your money. That's it. That's the way of the future. This reminds me so much of New York City. I lived in New York City for just about a decade, and anything at night that required an exchange of money, there was like bulletproof plexiglass, and there was the whole the bank drawer where they like there's no way to actually touch anyone. There's no way to shoot anyone or stab anyone. That was standard at any place that operated at night in the New York City area. Like if you wanted to go to a C-store, a convenience store, and buy a pack of gum after 10 p.m., that's what you were. This was before even the prevalence of credit card. You would put your cash, your $2 in the bank drawer. The dude inside on the other side of the plexiglass would grab you $2 and then put your gum in the drawer. And that's the closest you got to an interaction with the Pakistani guy on the other side of the glass. Same thing now in Seattle. The McDonald's in Seattle, allegedly so dangerous, it had to remove its doors and now serves customers through a hatch at McStabbies on 3rd Ave and Pine Street. Wow. Renee Jean's story about Wyoming trying to lure the PRCA, the Pro Rodeo Cowboys Association headquarters, and the Joint Appropriations Committee setting aside millions to invite the PRCA to set up shop in Wyoming. Don't go to Texas. Come here, and here's $15 million to get you started. In a time where we see the Appropriations Committee making nothing but cuts, it's interesting to see how much money they want to wave at the PRCA. We'll talk about that next, right after the Wyoming Game and Fish and Ray Hageman.
Applications for Game and Fish camps this summer are now being taken. We'll tell you about 3 of them next on the Wyoming Outdoorsman. I'm Ray Hageman. If you're looking to immerse yourself in fishing or hunting, or are just looking for an outdoor adventure, a Wyoming Game and Fish Department camp could be for you or your family. 9 camps will be held this summer with a variety of age requirements and topics at the Whiskey Mountain Conservation Camp near DuBois. Fishing Camp teaches families the basics of 2 types of fishing, fly fishing and spin casting, through hands-on fishing trips. This camp is targeted toward those with an interest in fishing, but with limited experience. This year's camp, July 16th through the 19th. Participants must be at least 10 years old. All children must be accompanied.
I am going to cancel Wyoming Game and Fish just to get Tam on. That's how important I view this interview. I'm excited. We had to make a quick pivot and get our favorite author on. Cody-based author Tam DeRudder Jackson. Is it DeRudder or DeRudder?
DeRudder, 2 Ds. 2 Ds. Follow one of small. Makes it small. There you go.
Leave it to a writer to come up with that one. That I should know better. I'm married to a first grade teacher, so I ought to know. Tam DeRudder Jackson, she's got a whole... Well, let's start with the biggest news. Obviously, you have a degree from Montana State. You go Bobcats. How about that big win?
Go Cats. That was a great game. Yep.
So excited. Yeah. So I want to direct people to your website so they can get up to speed on what you're doing. This is a romance writer of the day, super popular. Just go to Goodreads. That's my favorite place to go. She's getting like more stars than the sky, more stars than the Milky Way with ratings.
Thank you.
Whether we're talking about the Talisman series, the Game Time series, and I think we have a new book out by the end of the month.
Coming out in that one, yep.
Let's start with Game Time series because, we're doing college football right now. We're doing playoffs in the NFL. We're all football crazy at the moment. 4th and Goal will be out at the end of the month. There it is.
There it is. 4th and Goal.
No spoiler alert, but I will tell you, Sailor's penchant for risk-taking may take her too far when she gets a look at Cash Donovan, the latest transfer to Mountain State football team. One thing's for sure, Sailor isn't going to settle for a field goal or a punt. If it's 4th and short, she's going for it, man.
That's exactly right. Yep, there we go.
How many books in the Game Time series?
This is the 5th book in the Game Time series.
Does one book connect at all with the next? Do we follow any of the same characters, or are they just of the same theme?
They're all on the same team. So it's all players on the same team. So you can pick up the series at any place.
Yeah.
And you're fine. All the stories take place simultaneously.
Okay.
So characters overlap in the books, but they're not, you don't have to know what happened in the previous book to just hop right into the current one.
So this book will be out end of the month. Now, I encourage, if you are not in the Cody, and the only excuse is if you aren't in the Cody area, Park County, because I want you to go to Legends Bookstore and buy it. But if not, the website is a place to go, right?
Right. And the other thing that you can do is if you are in the Cody area on Saturday, this coming Saturday, the Winter Book Fair or the Winter Book Fest at the Park County Library in Cody will be going on, and I will be signing advanced copies of it there.
Yes.
Yeah. So if you're in the area, you can drop by and pick up copies at and have a signed copy at the book fair.
Oh, very cool. All right. Don't forget that. We're going to remind you again in a moment. That is the latest edition to the Game Time series. What is it? Show me that again. So it is ready to go. Why can't we? I want it right now. There it is. It's done.
There it is.
It's
all done. It's ready to go.
Oh, man. That's got to be such a cool thing. Such a sense of achievement. Are you as excited as we are to open the book in the mail and say, there it is, my new book?
Every time. I made a video of it actually when I opened this is the author copy, the first one that comes. And when that one came, I made a video of it because that's my 18th published book, and it's just as exciting as the first one. I mean, every single time, it's just such a thrill to see it when it's real.
Oh man, it's still fun. The shine is still on. Speaking of shine, it's almost as fun as getting tickets to a Shinedown concert. I wanted to play you in with 365, my favorite Shinedown song, but we can't play Shinedown music. We'll get sued into oblivion.
Oh, that's sad because honestly, they're my favorite band. I've seen them in concert 5 times.
Shinedown. So another thing we're going to sneak tell you about Tam, things you didn't know about Tam. She's all about the Celtic vibe. If you read the Talisman series, that's evident. By the way, books 1 through 3 now available in a package. Like you can get caught up real quick. Get them all. The 4th installment, Bard, is coming this summer. Yes?
It's all. Those are all out.
They're all out.
The most recent one actually is Shaman, and this is number 8.
Okay, Shaman's coming.
Shaman's out. Shaman came out in August.
All right.
So this is my most recent book before this one.
Talisman, Warrior, Prophetess, and
Bard, Druid, Rogue, and Shaman.
Rogue, by the way, I was reading. Good. Rogue, for instance, I checked out because I was looking at your reviews in Goodreads. I'm like, is Tam for real? I love Goodreads, and whatever Goodreads readers tell me, I believe. And I looked up Tam DeRudder Jackson on Goodreads, and they're like 4.7, 4.8, like all the star reviews. And Rogue, people raved about Rogue. Wow,
that one was really fun. That one ended up on the on the big ticker in Times Square.
Really?
Not very long, about a little less than a year after it came out. It won the Book Fest Award for Best Paranormal Book. And so it ended up on the scroll on the NASDAQ in Times Square. So that one was really fun.
That is neat. Tam, now how do you keep coming up with ideas? See, I ask, we've had CJ Box on, we've had Craig Johnson. We know their series, whether it's Joe Pickett, Walt Longmire, Sheriff Longmire. After a while, it seems to me like you've got to be out of ideas, but authors say, no, I got the next one ready to go. Like, what about you,
see
Tam?
What's behind me?
Oh, man. Yeah.
This is my office. This is, how do you find ideas? You just keep reading.
Yeah.
You just keep reading, and I read a lot.
And you share that with us because I did see a website where you said, hey, here's an update of what I've been reading, my summer reading list, whatever it is. So you read to write. Everybody knows that.
Right.
Oh,
yep.
Well, as simple as that.
I have new ideas all the time. I'm currently working on a historical fiction, and it's based right here in Park County, and it's real people. It's Butch and Sundance and Liber Eaton Johnson and Otto Frank and the whole gang. But that one takes a little more time to write because I have to get the history correct, and I've done a lot of research that I have to make sure it's straight. But in the meanwhile, I have 2 more books in my head. One for this series that's going to follow this book, and one for this series that's going to follow this book. So I just can't write fast enough is the problem, not finding ideas.
Are you able to switch around what you work on any given day? Because some people can't read more than 1 book at a time, and some can, and I don't know how they do it. Can you sit down and say, I'm going to write a little bit on this one today?
Well, usually what I do is I follow a formula that was dreamed up by another author named James Scott Bell. And he says you should have 3 books going at one time. One you're currently drafting, one you're currently editing, and one you're currently promoting. So I'm out of sync right now because I'm not editing a book, but I've been pretty good about following that formula. So I'm writing one. So I'll write in the morning, and then I'll write that book in the morning, and then I'll edit on the other book in the afternoon. And so that's an easy way to keep it straight. And then the third book I'm just out doing promotions on. So that's it's just a way of keeping the train rolling.
Well, you ought to know about that. I mean, we're talking about a Cody-based author. I hope you know she's right here in Wyoming. We're going to claim her, Cody-based Tam DeRudder Jackson. And how many books now? You said 18?
18. I actually have 19. I'm probably going to start editing the 19th pretty soon, and that one may come out this summer. It's a soccer book, so I really need to probably get on that since we have World Cup soccer coming. That might be a good book to put out.
Oh yeah, yep. Let's do that. Let's get the timing on that. So Tam, our time is short. I got one more thing I want to ask you, and then I'm going to get everybody on the website, and I'm going to have them clicking and buying. Your romance series we're talking about, whether it's the Celtic Talisman, whether it's the Game Time series, the formula is steamy romance, much like 80s and 90s when Fabio was on the cover of everything. Is it primarily women readers? Are you getting men reading? What's your customer base?
I just sent a book yesterday to one of my newsletter subscribers who won a contest, and his name is Michael, and he's a mechanic in Iowa.
Wow.
And he wanted, and I gave him the option of having Shaman or Delay of Game, which is the book that came out right before 4th and Goal in that series. And he wanted the football book. So I sent him the football book. And I get lots of, I get a lot of men who really, really, really love this series because they love the research I've done for it. They love the mythology. They love the battle scenes. But yeah, I have a pretty big audience for the Talisman series among men, which I was surprised about too, to be honest.
I
was writing for women, but I'm not.
I'm not too surprised. Makes sense. I mean, if you're a good writer, you're a good writer. Tam DeRudder Jackson, find her on the internet. Tam, T-A-M, Tam DeRudder with 2 Ds, Jackson.com, and start buying. I mean, buy them by the handful. Because you'll have a great summer reading list by the time they arrive. And you'll be as excited to open them up as Tam is to see them.
Yep.
Hey, thank you. Have a great Tuesday. And please come on again, especially when the book is out. Maybe we'll do a book giveaway. I'm so excited. And I'm the newest reader because Goodreads says you're good.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
You bet. Tam DeRudder Jackson right there in Cody. We got to bust out of here. End of show. We'll see you tomorrow, same time. Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.